Chapter 1817 Killing OuyangWushuang. A month ago, in the Great Yin Elixir Palace, an old man from the Great Yin Elixir Palace had killed 2 true emperors in a row, shaking the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The old man had once said that he would not care about the outcome of a fight between his peers. However, if it was someone from the older generation, especially an emperor-level powerhouse who made a move on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to that force. His words sent a chill down all the force's spines. With the old man's combat power, if he really went to the mountain gate of any force and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wang clan did not dare to attack Lu Ming, unless Lu Ming was seeking his own death by attacking the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made OuyangWushuang's heart turn cold. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan family? At the thought of this, he was extremely terrified and cried out mournfully, "Forefather, save me, save me." Lu Ming, it's easy to break if you're too hard. Although you're talented, the senior from the Dian Elixir Palace can't protect you forever. You'd better leave some room for improvement. The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan coldly spoke. Leave a lifeline? Haha, what a joke, leaving you guys a chance to kill me. Lu Ming laughed out loud, full of disdain. It was impossible for Lu Ming to reconcile with the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and other forces. It was either one of them died or the other party died. Would the other party let Lu Ming off if he showed mercy? Since that was the case, why should he leave a way out? OuyangWushuang's life is mine. What can you do about it? He said. Lu Ming spoke, his cold killing intent undisguisable. No. OuyangWushuang's liver and guts were torn apart as he struggled madly. Kill, die. Lu Ming bellowed. A terrifying force gushed out like a storm, blasting into OuyangWushuang's body. OuyangWushuang let out an unwilling scream. Then his body exploded with a bang, and his body and spirit were destroyed. Everyone in the mine looked at this scene in shock. OuyangWushuang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill OuyangWushuang in front of the Wan family's emperor-level powerhouses. Fine, die. A cold voice rang out from the Wan clan's emperor-level expert. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to rumble. Lu Ming was pushed back by this aura. However, his eyes were still determined. He looked at the emperor-level powerhouse from the Wan clan fearlessly. The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan was filled with killing intent. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine from various major forces. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread and alert the expert from the Dian Elixir Palace. Then the Wan family would face a terrible disaster. As for him, he would probably be killed by the experts of the Great Yin Elixir Palace. Therefore, he endured it and slowly restrained his aura. However, his killing intent became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Dian Elixir Palace said that he wouldn't interfere in a battle between peers. As your combat strength grows stronger, and you continue to provoke our Wan family, it's impossible for our Wan family to not retaliate. Even if the emperor-level figures don't make a move, the people of the Absolute Saint Realm can. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive if we fight to the death. The WN clan martial sovereign's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he spoke indifferently. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong now. No one in the younger generation of the Wan family could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's combat strength would become stronger. According to Elder Kong, Lu Ming could continue to hunt down the people from the Wan family, and the Wan family would not be able to retaliate? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had already surpassed that of the younger generation, they could also send people of the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as directly sending an emperor-level expert, they believed that the other party would not say anything. Sure, it'll take all the absolute saints at once. I won't let Uncle Kong find trouble with you. Lu Ming said. As long as the other party's emperor-level powerhouse did not dare to make a move, an absolute saint would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, making him move faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away. The WN family's martial emperor's eyes flickered with crazy killing intent, but he did not dare to make a move in the end. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's combat strength has already reached this level? To be able to kill OuyangWushuang, that's truly shocking. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to render OuyangWushuang defenseless. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's combat strength is indeed shocking. Among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, Lu Ming is already at the peak. Other than a few monstrous talents, I'm afraid no one is his match. In the mine, many people were discussing. What happened just now would probably spread to the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming made his way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, he arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released the Phoenix spirit from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that she was in the Phoenix Palace, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. OuyangWushuang Falcon, I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed through her eyes. I'm afraid you can't get your revenge because they're already dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? They're dead? You killed them? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I worked together to kill him. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Huang Ling asked again. OuyangWushuang and Falcon had reached the great saint perfection and were extremely powerful. It was beyond her expectations that Lu Ming could kill them. My cultivation hasn't broken through, but my spirit body has evolved. Phoenix spirit, you should recuperate first. When you're better, call Long Chen and find me at the Dian Elixir Palace. I'll show you something good. Lu Ming smiled. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. Now that his spirit body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubbles, it was possible for him to kill OuyangWushuang and the rest. What good stuff? She was curious about the good stuff that Lu Ming mentioned. Haha. Come to the Great Yin Elixir Palace and find me. Lu Ming smiled, turned around and walked away. After returning to the Great Yin Elixir Palace, Lu Ming went into seclusion to cultivate, comprehending the finger of calamity of chaos and the sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of the array Dao. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chen came together. Lu Ming, what's the good thing you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Dian Elixir furnace flew out. It stood on the ground and said, That's it, the Dian Elixir furnace. The Dian Elixir furnace. The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Dian Elixir furnace can temper the spirit body and allow the spirit body to evolve. Lu Ming explained the effects of the Dian Elixir furnace. Chapter 1818. OuyangWushuang. Chapter 1818. OuyangWushuang. He had absolute trust in Huang Ling and Long Chen's character. He planned to let Long Chen and Huang Ling enter the Dian Elixir furnace to refine and evolve their spirit bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chen both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If their spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies, their combat strength would also soar. It can actually temper the spirit body directly and allow the spirit body to evolve? After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two of them were dumbfounded. This effect was simply too heaven-defying. Who's going to go in and try? However, the tempering process is extremely painful. If you can't hold on, please remind me. Lu Ming said. The evolution of a spirit body is so heaven-defying that a little pain is nothing. Oh, go first. Long Chen stepped forward. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chen in. Then, he put in a large amount of sacred medicine and closed the furnace. Who? Lu Ming took control of the elixir furnace. The elixir fire burned fiercely inside the furnace, enveloping Long Chen and beginning to temper his physical body. Long Chen was also a person with a strong will. How could he give up in such intense pain? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chen reached his limit and came out of the furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chen sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chen took turns to enter the Dian elixir furnace to temper their spirit bodies. Lu Ming split some of his attention to pay attention to the elixir furnace, while most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chen's and Phoenix Spirit's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme, and had evolved into the ranks of the top-tier celestial spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had increased greatly. With their potential and their own cultivation, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into the upper-class celestial spiritual body, but it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, the Phoenix Palace, sent me a message earlier. The date of the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Saint Academy's opening ceremony has been set. It will be in half a year. Said Huang Ling. In half a year? Lu Ming muttered. He definitely had to make a trip to the Heavenly Emperor City. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by a few great emperors, and there would be great emperors giving Tao lectures. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the top geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain would gather at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming also wanted to go and see for himself. Only by clashing with powerful geniuses could he improve faster. Right now, all the geniuses are cultivating hard and their progress is extremely fast. We should make use of this period of time to raise our cultivation. With our strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for us to occupy a place in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, Huang Ling said. The few of them chatted for a while more before Feng Ling and Long Chen bade farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Feng Ling returned to the Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Feng Ling, the Palace Master is looking for you. The messenger reported. Palace Master? All right, I'll go now. Yes. Huang Ling nodded and walked towards the Palace Master's hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master stood with her hands behind her back, as if she was thinking about something. I'm Huang Ling, Palace Master. May I know why you've summoned me? Huang Ling came to the back of the Phoenix Palace Master and bowed respectfully. The Master of the Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Feng Ling. Her eyes lit up in surprise. Feng Ling, your spirit body has evolved? Yes, Palace Master. It has just evolved recently, Huang Ling said. She didn't say that it was because of the Dian elixir furnace that she evolved. The Dian elixir furnace's effects were too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them this because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not tell anyone about it, even if it was the person they were closest to or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Alright, I have a matter here. I was originally considering whether to let you go or not, but now that your spirit body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, it's a good time for you to go and gain experience. The Phoenix Palace's Palace Lord said. Palace Master, what's the matter? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Shenyuan Empire. The Phoenix Palace's Palace Lord said. Ancient Sun Sacred Land? God Yuan Empire? Huang Ling's expression changed. Ancient Yang Sacred Land was also one of the 9 sacred lands of Yuan Mountain, and it was close to Ancient Moon Sacred Land. The Shenyuan Empire was one of the Ancient Sun Holy Land's major powers. It was an ancient empire, and its strength was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. That's right. Some time ago, the old emperor of the Shenyuan Empire failed to survive the crisis of heaven and earth. He was annihilated in the crisis. The Palace Lord of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression. The old emperor of the Shenyuan Empire has failed his tribulation. Huang Ling's expression changed as well. The old emperor of the Shenyuan Empire was an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was at least a peak existence among true emperors. An expert like him was almost at the peak, but he still couldn't survive the Great Tribulation and fell under it. With the death of the old emperor, the Shenyuan Empire lost its ruler. In order to fight for the emperor's position, the various branches had internal strife and a fierce battle broke out. The battle caused the Shenyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, a few ancient emperors who had been in seclusion appeared and quelled the internal strife with their terrifying combat power. However, a country cannot go a day without a ruler. The ancient emperors selected 3 of the most talented princes from the younger generation of the divine Yuan Empire to undergo a test. The prince who wins will become the crown prince of the divine Yuan Empire. As long as he becomes an emperor in the future, he will be able to take over the throne and become the new emperor. One of the prince's descendants has always been on good terms with the Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, he came to the Phoenix Palace and asked some geniuses to help him fight for the position of crown prince. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was what happened. The Phoenix Palace's palace master was probably referring to helping the Shenyuan Empire's prince. The Shenyuan Empire is very powerful, far stronger than many of the forces in ancient Moon Holy Land. If we can help this prince become the crown prince, or even inherit the entire Shenyuan Empire in the future, then our Phoenix Palace will also receive a powerful support. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord explained. Don't worry, palace master. I'll do my best to help the prince, said Huang Ling. Yes, but just do your best. If there's danger, don't force yourself. This time, the other princes of the Shenyuan Empire will probably invite some powerful heaven's favorites to help. Just do what you can. I'll bring you to meet the prince, the master of the Phoenix Palace warned, then asked someone to bring Feng Ling to the prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. OuyangWushuang, it's you? Seeing the prince, Huang Ling was shocked. A phoenix spirit? The prince of the Shenyuan Empire, OuyangWushuang, was also surprised. He had not expected to see Feng Ling here. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be surprised. This was because the Shenyuan Empire's prince, OuyangWushuang, was one of the 6 people who had passed the Hunyuan sect's assessment and become a silver inheritor. Previously, they only knew each other's names, but they did not know the other's detailed information. Chapter 1819. The 4 Forces of the Ancient Sun Sacred Land. Chapter 1819. The 4 Forces of the Ancient Sun Sacred Land. Since the 2 of them were old acquaintances, they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Huang Ling also had a clearer understanding of the matters of the Shenyuan Empire. This time, the other prince has also come to the ancient Moon Holy Land. His bloodline is familiar with the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan. I'm afraid he will invite the experts from these forces to help finally, OuyangWushuang said. Are you guys mainly inviting the young Heaven's Pride experts this time? Huang Ling asked. That's right. The ancient emperors have set a rule that allows the princes to invite their own geniuses to help them pass the test. After all, connections are also a form of strength, especially when it comes to ruling an ancient empire. OuyangWushuang explained. Who else did you invite besides Phoenix Palace? Huang Ling asked. OuyangWushuang smiled bitterly. My faction only has good relations with the Phoenix Palace and the Celestial Bird Palace. I went to the Celestial Bird Palace before but was rejected. Oh, I do have a few people I can recommend to you. Let's see if you can convince them, said Huang Ling. Who is it? OuyangWushuang asked. Young sect master and Long Chen. Huang Ling said with a smile. What? Young master sect is also in ancient Moon Holy Land? OuyangWushuang's eyes widened in surprise. Of course. Back then, the young sect master, Long Chen, and I entered the Hunyuan sect together. Of course, he's in the ancient Moon Sanctuary, said Huang Ling. Since that's the case, I'll definitely pay my respects, OuyangWushuang said. Then I'll send a message to Long Chen first, said Huang Ling. She then sent a message to Long Chen. Not long after Long Chen returned to the Divine Elephant sect, he received the news from Phoenix Spirit and rushed to the Phoenix Palace. He was also surprised to see OuyangWushuang. After OuyangWushuang explained his purpose, Long Chen agreed without any hesitation. Immediately, the 3 of them headed to the Dian Elixir Palace. I didn't expect that young sect master would actually be the new hall master of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. OuyangWushuang sighed as he stood outside the Great Yen Elixir Palace. In ancient times, the Great Yen Elixir Hall was famous all over the world. Naturally, OuyangWushuang had heard of it. Not long after, Lu Ming came out. OuyangWushuang. Lu Ming was also surprised to see OuyangWushuang. OuyangWushuang explained his purpose for coming. Ancient Sun Sacred Land? Alright, I agree. When do we leave? Lu Ming pondered for a while and agreed. In fact, even without OuyangWushuang's matter, Lu Ming had planned to make a trip to the ancient Sun Sacred Land soon. The only sacred hail was in the ancient Sun Sacred Land. Qiu Yue had been taken away by an expert from the Soul Divine Temple. It was very likely that she had become a disciple of the Soul Divine Temple. Moreover, Lu Ming had another idea. OuyangWushuang was the Hunyuan sect's silver successor. For at least 20 years he had to listen to Lu Ming. If he could help OuyangWushuang control the Shenyuan Empire, this powerful force would definitely stand on Lu Ming's side. They could even be used by Lu Ming. To Lu Ming this was definitely beneficial. He had already decided that he would definitely help OuyangWushuang obtain victory and become the crown prince of the Shenyuan Empire. With the help of the young sect master, this trip is not in vain. We can set off at any time. OuyangWushuang revealed a happy expression. Since Lu Ming could become the golden inheritor of the Hunyuan sect, his potential was definitely shocking. Even if his cultivation level was still weak, his combat strength was definitely not weak. He would be a great helper. In addition, Phoenix Spirit and Long Chan were also silver inheritors like him, so their combat strength was definitely not weak. Ouyang, in the future, you don't have to call me Young Master Sect in front of outsiders. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Alright. OuyangWushuang nodded. Soon after, they arrived at Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling reported to the palace master that Lu Ming and Long Chan were also going to Shenyuan Empire, the palace master was overjoyed. 2 months ago, the news that Lu Ming had killed OuyangWushuang had spread like wildfire. His combat strength was unparalleled. With Lu Ming participating, OuyangWushuang's chances of winning would increase greatly. Even the palace master of Phoenix Palace, who had been prepared to send the other paragons of Phoenix Palace, had cancelled the plan. The most powerful genius of the Phoenix Palace had been in seclusion at a critical moment and could not come out. The other geniuses were not as good as Fengling, so it was useless for them to go. A day later, Lu Ming, Fengling, Long Chan, and of course Bubbles followed OuyangWushuang and stepped onto the Phoenix Palace's teleportation formation. They left the Ancient Moon Sanctuary and headed towards the Ancient Sun Sanctuary. Of course, Phoenix Palace couldn't teleport directly into the Ancient Sun Sacred Land. They teleported to a city on the outskirts of the Ancient Sun Sacred Land, and then flew to the Shenyuan Empire. On the way, OuyangWushuang told everyone about the situation in the Ancient Sun Sacred Land. Ancient Yang Holy Land and Ancient Moon Holy Land were equally famous, but their structure was completely different. In the Ancient Moon Holy Land, many forces were in a confrontation, fighting with each other, each dominating a region. There were at least 20 powerful forces in total. And NBSP, but the Ancient Sun Sacred Land was different. It only had 4 factions. There were only 4 forces in the vast Ancient Sun Sacred Land, each occupying a vast territory and having existed for countless years. These 4 forces were the only holy temple in the Shenyuan Empire, the Purple Flame Villa, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. One must know that the Ancient Yang Holy Land's overall power was not weaker than the Ancient Moon Holy Land, and might even be stronger. One could imagine how strong these 4 forces were. Each force's strength was far above the Phoenix Palace and the Wan family. Among them, the Daoyuo Heaven sect was the most powerful, suppressing the other 3 forces. This time, there were a total of 3 princes who were qualified to participate in the fight for the crown prince's position. The other 3 forces in the Ancient Yang Sacred Land each supported a prince. The strongest sect, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, supported the first prince, OuyangWudao. The only divine temple supported OuyangWuji. The Purple Flame Villa supported OuyangWushuang. It was obvious that if a prince became the crown prince, the faction that supported him would gain the friendship of the divine Yuan Empire. This would have a huge impact on the situation in the Ancient Sun Sacred Land. The Daoyuo Heaven sect was especially powerful. If they supported the crown prince, OuyangWudao, to become the crown prince, the Daoyuo Heaven sect would join hands with the Shenyuan Empire in the future. The other 2 forces would be in a very difficult situation. In order to fight against OuyangWudao, who was supported by the Daoyuo Heaven sect, OuyangWushuang and OuyangWuji went to the Ancient Moon Holy Land to seek help from the heaven's favorites. As they flew, the vast land flitted under their feet. After that, they saw a huge city that was boundless. That was the imperial capital of the Divine Origin Empire, which was also known as the Divine Origin Imperial Capital. When they entered the Divine Origin Imperial Capital, they could clearly see that some of the buildings had been destroyed. The Divine Origin Empire had just experienced a civil war. The war was incomparably intense, and it was said that even emperor-ranked experts had died in the war. The divine origin imperial capital had also suffered serious damage and had yet to be repaired. With OuyangWushuang leading the way, they were unimpeded and entered a continuous stretch of palaces. This was the imperial palace. Chapter 1820 Meeting Qiu Yue on the street. Chapter 1820. Meeting Qiu Yue on the street. OuyangWushuang was one of the top princes of the Xinyuan Empire, so he naturally had his own palace. They walked into a palace and OuyangWushuang asked someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming and the others to stay. Lu Ming, Fengling, Longchen, take a rest. I'll hold a banquet in 2 days. I'll introduce you to the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa. OuyangWushuang said. Alright, if you have something to do, then go. Lu Ming nodded. After OuyangWushuang had arranged a place for them to stay, he took his leave. Lu Ming, Huangling, and Longchen were wandering around the hall. It was their first time in the ancient sun sacred land and they were curious. The only divine temple supports the other prince? I wonder if he'll meet Qiu Yue. Lu Ming pondered. The three of them walked around and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, OuyangWushuang held a banquet and sent someone to invite the three of them to the banquet. When the three of them arrived at a large hall, there were already a few people seated inside. OuyangWushuang sat at the head of the hall. On the left side of the hall, there were 8 young men and women. All of them were wearing the same purple clothes with a purple flame embroidered on it. Lu Ming and the other two's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that this was the pride of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Fengling, Longchen, please take a seat. OuyangWushuang stood up to welcome them while Lu Ming and the other two took their seats. Everyone is here. Let me introduce them to you. These are the heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa. This is Xiaomacheng and this is... OuyangWushuang first introduced Lu Ming and the others to the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and the other two stood up and raised their glasses to toast. However, the 8 heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa only laughed and did not reply. Their faces were filled with pride. This attitude was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Ming and the rest. This made OuyangWushuang's face darken. Prince Wushuang, I heard you went to Ancient Moon Holy Land to ask for help. Are these the heaven's favorites you invited? Yemo asked. In the Purple Flame Villa, a young man with a purple flame between his brows spoke. His name was Xiaomacheng, and he was an extremely powerful heaven's favorite of the Xiao family in the Purple Flame Villa. His cultivation had reached the great saint perfection realm. Not bad. These geniuses from Ancient Moon Holy Land are extremely talented, OuyangWushuang introduced. Extraordinary talent? How come I've never seen him in Heavenly Emperor City? Another heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa interrupted OuyangWushuang's words. That's right, we have seen all of the powerful heaven's favorites from Ancient Moon Holy Land in Heaven Emperor City. Why don't we see them? Xiaomacheng smiled faintly. When the news of a great emperor building the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spread in Heavenly Emperor City, countless geniuses gathered in Heavenly Emperor City and clashed with each other. Many geniuses had met each other before. The geniuses from Purple Flame Villa had also been to Heavenly Emperor City and met many geniuses from Ancient Moon Holy Land. However, they did not know Lu Ming and the others. Even the Heavenly Emperor City did not dare to go. How strong could they be? And he was extremely talented? They obviously didn't believe him. Our cultivation was still weak at that time, so we didn't go to Heavenly Emperor City. Longchen said in a deep voice. Haha, your cultivation is still weak. At least you have some self-awareness. His cultivation was weak before. Is he strong now? I've heard that OuyangWuji managed to invite the #1 genius of the Skywolf Tower and the second prince of the Golden Crow race from the Ancient Moon Holy Land. They are all very powerful. A few of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses mocked him. This made Lu Ming, Fengling, and Longchen's faces turn cold. OuyangWushuang's face was also ugly. He waved his hand and said, Alright, since you're all here to help me, you should work together and not fight among yourselves. He said, Prince Wushuang, we are doing this for your own good. I hope these people will be of some use. Xiaomacheng sneered with a faint sense of disdain. After that, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Everyone drank a few cups and then left unhappily. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. After the people from the Purple Flame Villa left, OuyangWushuang felt a little apologetic. It's normal for people from big forces to have their eyes on the top of their heads. I just don't know if they have the corresponding strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The heavens favorites of the Purple Flame Villa are quite strong. Maybe I've never seen you guys before, so I'm a little proud. OuyangWushuang explained. I hope so. Lu Ming smiled and bade farewell to OuyangWushuang. He returned to his residence with Fengling and Long Chan. OuyangWushuang sighed and felt a headache. However, he was still biased towards the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Fengling, and Long Chan had great potential, but their cultivation levels were still weak. This test mainly relied on the talents of the Purple Flame Villa, Lu Ming, and a few others to assist. Lu Ming and the other two returned to their residence and made an appointment to visit the Divine Origin Imperial Capital the next day. The next morning, the three of them headed outside. The three of them had OuyangWushuang's token, so they were naturally unimpeded. The Divine Origin Imperial Capital had been passed down for countless years. It was vast and boundless. All sorts of ancient buildings soared into the sky. From afar it was extremely spectacular. Even though it had just experienced internal strife, the Divine Origin Imperial Capital had basically returned to normal. Shops lined both sides of the streets, and martial Dao powerhouses were streaming in endlessly. The three of them didn't have a goal in mind and just wandered around. They bought whatever they needed. Lu Ming, what's wrong? As they walked, Huangling and Longchan realized that something was wrong with Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead without blinking. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and saw a woman in front of them. She was out of this world. This woman had a slender and graceful figure. She wore a long dress and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a goddess from the legends, a fairy from heaven. Even in the vast crowd, she could attract everyone's attention and become the center of attention. This woman's appearance wasn't any worse than Huang Ling's. Brother Lu Ming is lecherous. He can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. Bubbles mumbled as she sat on Lu Ming's shoulder. Huang Ling and Long Chan were a little surprised. Although the lady was like a goddess, they knew Lu Ming well enough to know that he was not such a person. At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to have not heard Bubbles, Fengling, and the rest. There was only one person in his eyes, the lady who was as white as snow. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming did not expect that after so many years, he would meet Qiu Yue again on the streets of this house. It had been more than 10 years since Qiu Yue had been taken away by the only expert from the Divine Temple. It had been more than 10 years since they had last seen each other. But Qiu Yue was still as beautiful as before, except that she had matured a little and her temperament had become more otherworldly. For more than 10 years in the vast Yuan continent, Lu Ming did not know where to look for Qiu Yue. All these years, especially Lu Ming's parents, they had been thinking about Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue could be said to have grown up with Lu Ming. Li Ping and her husband had almost treated Qiu Yue as half a daughter. Lu Ming's main purpose in coming to the ancient Sun Sacred Land was to find Qiu Yue. However, he did not expect to achieve this goal so easily. Chapter 1821. Don't recognize Lu Ming anymore. Chapter 1821. Don't recognize Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to Huang Ling and the rest, I met an old friend. I haven't seen him for many years. I'll introduce him to you later. With that, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward Qiu Yue. Lu Ming walked like the wind and arrived beside Qiu Yue in a few steps. He called out, Qiu. Even though Lu Ming was very determined now, he was still a little shaken. He wondered what kind of expression Qiu Yue would have when she suddenly saw him. Qiu Yue turned around and looked at Lu Ming when she heard him. However, Lu Ming was stunned by her gaze. It was a kind of silence and there was a vague look of disgust in his eyes as if Lu Ming was a stranger. Qiu Yue, a long time no see. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. Get lost. A cold voice came out of Qiu Yue's mouth, and the disgust in her eyes became even stronger. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. Qiu Yue would never speak to him like that. Could it be that the person in front of him was not Qiu Yue? That was impossible. Lu Ming grew up with Qiu Yue and they had been together for more than 10 years. He could not be mistaken. Even if Qiu Yue's temperament had changed a little, she was definitely Qiu Yue. Moreover, no matter how high a person's cultivation level was, Their intrinsic aura would not change. Lu Ming would definitely remember Qiu Yue's aura correctly. The beauty in front of him was Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, young master. Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and reached out to pull Qiu Yue's small hand. Lecher, you're looking for death, die. Qiu Yue shouted as a blade of light burst out from her hand. It was extremely terrifying and bone-chilling. Lu Ming's expression changed and he retreated, avoiding the blade of light. Fanatic, how dare you flirt with my junior sister Qiu Yue in broad daylight? I'll kill you. A fiery red figure rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a young man with cold eyes. He threw a palm at Lu Ming. The fiery palm print made the void tremble. Lu Ming's mind was in a state of shock and he did not dodge. The palm landed heavily on his body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he drifted backward. The young man's eyes turned cold. He felt that when his palm landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if he had landed on an immortal diamond. He could not move it at all. How was it possible with his great sage mastery cultivation? It must be an illusion. Kill. The young man took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming, intending to kill him. Get back. Long Chen stepped forward and threw a punch. The young man's expression changed as he felt that he couldn't fight against this punch. At the critical moment, he stopped himself and backed off to avoid Long Chen's punch. You're lucky today. The young man snorted coldly and swept his cold gaze at Lu Ming. Then he turned around and left. At this moment, Qiu Yue had already floated away and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, she did not even look at Lu Ming. What's going on? Qiu Yue doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly and could not understand. Although his temperament had changed a lot over the years, he had been with Qiu Yue for so many years. It was impossible for Qiu Yue not to recognize him. Furthermore, he had already given his name, but Qiu Yue still pointed her sword at him. Based on Lu Ming's understanding of Qiu Yue, this was impossible. Qiu Yue's eyes revealed that she was very quiet, as if she really did not know Lu Ming. What had happened all these years? Hehe. Another person who doesn't know what's good for him wants to get close to Fairy Qiu. He's asking for trouble. An NBSP, isn't that so? He's a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Qiu Yue Fairy is one of the two beauties of the ancient sun's sacred land. So many peerless geniuses have tried to pursue her, but they've all been rejected. This kid is just dreaming. It's already good luck that he wasn't killed. The people on the streets who had witnessed this scene sneered and looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Huang Ling walked over and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming, he was not that kind of person. He would not touch a beautiful woman and be unable to move. However, they were very curious about Lu Ming's unusual behavior just now. An old friend. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, but he doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Lu Ming did not hide anything and told her about his relationship with Qiu Yue. That's strange. We cultivators will never forget a person. Even if we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years, we can still recognize each other. Long Chen said with a frown. Cultivators had a good memory, and a person's origin aura would not change. No matter how long it had been, one could still recognize it. She doesn't know you at all. There are only two possibilities, Huang Ling spoke, but she stopped halfway. She wanted to say something but stopped as if she couldn't bear to. Let's go back. Lu Ming turned around and walked toward OuyangWushuang's mansion after he finished speaking. He knew what Huang Ling wanted to say. There were only two possibilities if she didn't know him. The first was amnesia. The second was to be possessed by an expert. No matter what, something must have happened to Qiu Yue and he would definitely find out. Lu Ming walked very slowly as he pondered. Long Chen and Feng Ling followed behind him and did not disturb him. After walking for a long time, they finally returned to OuyangWushuang's mansion. This lecher is back. He still has the face to come back. As soon as they entered the gate, they met a few young men from the Purple Flame Villa. One of them sneered. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You're really overestimating yourself to have designs on Fairy Qiu. Moreover, his cultivation is so low that he was sent flying by a great sage from the only sacred hall. I really don't know what use Prince Wushuang has in inviting such a person. He'll just drag us down. The other young men from the Purple Flame Villa also sneered. Obviously, the scene on the street was also witnessed by the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa. Otherwise they would not have known so clearly. "Shut up!" Lu Ming shouted coldly, his eyes sweeping across the few people like lightning. "Kid, who are you asking to shut up?" One of the Purple Flame Villa's paragons' expression turned cold. "I heard a few wild dogs barking as soon as I came back. Get lost immediately." Lu Ming was already in a bad mood. When he came back and heard these people's sarcasm, he naturally did not look happy. "Kid, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for Prince Wushuang, I would have thrown you out long ago. How dare you act so arrogantly now? It seems like you don't know your place if I don't teach you a lesson." A burly Heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa shouted coldly and stepped forward, pressing toward Lu Ming. This man was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm and was a powerful Heaven's favorite. His spiritual body was a medium-grade Heaven spiritual body. "Get lost!" Lu Ming took a step forward and pounced on his opponent like a bolt of lightning. He struck out with his palm. Chapter 1822. Lu Ming's outburst. Lu Ming's palm seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed the heavens. As he struck out with his palm, the world buzzed and the void trembled. The terrifying pressure made the burly young man from the Purple Flame Villa change his expression as he felt the terrible pressure. He bellowed in rage and the purple flames on his body bloomed, forming a purple beast that pounced at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's palm was unstoppable. There was nothing it could not break. With a slash, the purple beast exploded, but the palm did not stop. The other party's expression changed again, and he blocked it with both hands. Bang! Lu Ming's palm landed on the man's arm. The man screamed in pain and his body flew out, falling heavily on the ground. His arms were completely twisted. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Previously on the street, Lu Ming could not even withstand a palm strike from a great sage in great mastery. How could he be so terrifying now and injure him so badly with one palm? In fact, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise he would have been dead. "How dare you hurt the people of my Purple Flame Villa? Let me see your combat strength." In the Purple Flame Villa, another young man shouted. With a swish, his figure pounced toward Lu Ming. His cultivation of the great saint in the great circle was fully released. This person was no weaker than the number one genius of the Wan family, OuyangWushuang. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. Violet meteorite critical strike. The man roared. It was as if he had turned into a flame. He punched out continuously with both fists. Balls of purple flame shot towards Lu Ming like meteorites. This was a terrifying divine ability. It was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He circulated the chaos law and activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. His palm was like a knife and he slashed 100 times in an instant. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the meteorite-like attack exploded like fireworks when Lu Ming's palm struck it. Lu Ming rushed through the flames, but the flames did not touch his body. He quickly approached the genius of the Purple Flame Villa, and a terrifying attack was aimed at him. Violet meteorite critical strike. Combine, die. The paragon of the Purple Flame Villa shouted. The flames burned fiercely as he pushed his hands out slowly. A huge fireball like a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Break, die. Lu Ming bellowed. The dragon's roar reverberated in his body. He pointed with his finger and the chaotic finger of tribulation burst forth. A huge finger condensed and pointed at his opponent. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out, and the sky continuously trembled. There were experts protecting the buildings below, or else they would have exploded. In the end, the primal chaos tribulation finger crushed over like a god, exploding the sun with a single finger. The scene was extremely shocking. Bang! The sovereign from the Purple Flame Villa was sent flying back. He was only able to stabilize himself after flying for more than 10,000 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? He muttered to himself. He was actually defeated by a great sage in the Great Perfection realm. How could this be possible? The law of chaos. He is one of the sons of God, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. The others looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was no wonder that the son of chaos was so terrifying. Still not getting lost. Lu Ming stood in the air and chided indifferently. The people from the Purple Flame Villa blushed and left dejectedly. Since Lu Ming and the rest had just arrived, they had been looking at them with contempt. Almost all of the top heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land had been to the Heavenly Emperor City. They had seen them before, but Lu Ming and the others had not been to the Heavenly Emperor City. Their first impression was that Lu Ming and the others were very weak, and they looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, the two geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa happened to see Lu Ming being sent flying by a great sage in one palm strike. This made them look down on him even more. This time, the people who helped OuyangWushuang in the Purple Flame Villa were all at the peak of the Great Saint realm or even Great Saint perfection. He believed that the people invited by the other princes were the same. With Lu Ming's cultivation base, it was almost useless. Therefore, as soon as Lu Ming and the rest returned, they mocked them. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly explode, and his combat strength was so strong that it was abnormal. They were also prodigies, but Lu Ming had surpassed them by 3 levels. They were too ashamed to stay here after he had defeated them. "You're overestimating yourself." Long Chen smiled faintly. After that, they all returned to their residences and began cultivating in seclusion. However, the next morning, OuyangWushuang sent someone to invite them to meet again. It was still the same hall as before, and everyone took their seats. The only difference was that the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa now looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. OuyangWushuang smiled. He had received the news of the battle between Lu Ming and the Heaven's Pride expert of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. He could actually suppress a great saint in the Great Perfection realm. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for him. "Prince Wushuang, why have you summoned us so early?" one of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa asked. "OuyangWuji has sent me an invitation to a banquet for me and everyone else." OuyangWushuang explained the reason. "OuyangWuji invited us to a banquet. I'm afraid that things are not as simple as they seem," someone said with a frown. OuyangWuji was one of the 3 competing princes, and had the support of the only sacred hall. He had even invited many heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land to help him. It would not be easy to invite them to a banquet. No matter what, he's inviting us openly. "I doubt he'll dare to play dirty," said Huang Ling. The test for the 3 princes had yet to begin. OuyangWuji would not dare to play any dirty tricks and harm them. Otherwise, he would be disqualified immediately. "That's right. Therefore, we can't lose our momentum. Let's go and see what OuyangWuji is up to," OuyangWushuang said. No one had any objections. It would be beneficial for them to meet OuyangWuji and his helpers first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After chatting for a while, OuyangWushuang led his men towards a vast palace when it was almost time. That palace was OuyangWuji's residence. Someone brought them to a spacious courtyard. "Haha, 9th brother, you're here. And all the heroes, please have a seat." A young man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown laughed heartily as he came out to welcome them. "6th brother, you don't have to be so polite," OuyangWushuang said with a smile. Among the princes, OuyangWushuang was ranked 9th, OuyangWuji was ranked 6th, and OuyangWudao was ranked 1st. He was known as the first prince. OuyangWuji and OuyangWushuang sat at the head of the table. Below OuyangWuji sat more than 10 young men. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the rest were seated below OuyangWuji. Both parties were sizing each other up. "Qiu Yue." Lu Ming saw Qiu Yue at a glance and his gaze fell on her. Qiu Yue seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze. She frowned and cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. "It seems like you really can't recognize me." Lu Ming frowned. The second prince of the Golden Crow, Mo Lang of the Skywolf Tower. Huang Ling muttered and looked across. Chapter 1823 Spar. On the other side, there were 5 or 6 heaven's favorites from ancient Moon Holy Land. They were all top heaven's favorites from the various forces. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius in the Skywolf Tower, and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius in the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. When Inkwolf, the second prince of the Golden Crow race, and the rest saw Lu Ming. Their expressions changed abruptly and became somewhat unsightly. Lu Ming's name was too well known in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and OuyangWushuang, both of whom were not weaker than them. Their expressions were naturally ugly, revealing a deep fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the ancient Yang sacred land. We can leave him to the geniuses of the Soul's sacred hall. Every single one of them is shockingly powerful. It's hard for anyone of the same level to be a match for them. We can kill Lu Ming. Not bad. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others were secretly communicating with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Haha, ninth brother, I'm very grateful that all of you have come to this banquet today. Let me toast you all. OuyangWushuang raised his cup and said a few polite words. Everyone raised their cups and drank a cup. Ninth brother, the test will begin in a few days. Are you ready? OuyangWushuang suddenly said as he put down his wine cup. Of course, when the time comes, I hope sixth brother will show mercy. OuyangWushuang said with a smile. His words were watertight. Ninth brother, are you confident about this assessment? OuyangWushuang suddenly changed the topic. Big brother has the support of the Daoyuo Heaven sect and is very powerful. I'm not sure. OuyangWushuang sighed. That's right. You have the support of the Daoyuo Heaven sect, which is full of geniuses and powerhouses. I'm afraid you and I can't compete with them. So, I invited you here to discuss something with you. OuyangWushuang said. Sixth brother might as well be direct. OuyangWushuang said. Alright, I'll be frank. You and I won't be big brother's match even if we separate. How about we work together? Ninth brother will help me become the crown prince. I won't forget you in the future. When I inherit the throne, you will be above everyone else in the Xinyuan Empire. How about that? OuyangWushuang revealed his purpose. His words caused the faces of all the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa to change. However, OuyangWushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand and seemed to be thinking. After a while he slowly said, Sixth brother's idea is not bad. You agree? OuyangWushuang was overjoyed. I didn't say I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this? Sixth brother, help me win the position of crown prince. I can also guarantee that you will be second only to one person and above thousands of people in the future. What do you think? OuyangWushuang said with a smile. Ninth brother, are you toying with me? OuyangWushuang's face darkened. How did I trick you? Why? I can help you but you can't help me? OuyangWushuang said indifferently. Ninth brother, you have to know your own strength. You and your helpers will only be a foil in this assessment. You won't stand a chance. OuyangWushuang's voice turned cold. His words made the people from the Purple Flame Villa's faces turn ugly. OuyangWushuang's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak, and not as good as the one and only Holy Temple. In fact, that was the truth. Of the four forces of the ancient Yang sacred land, the Purple Flame Villa was the weakest. Although the number of disciples in the unique divine temple was the smallest, their title of being unique was not just for show. Every single disciple of the unique divine temple had terrifying talent in their own fields. Sixth brother, you're that confident? OuyangWushuang was not angry. It's not confidence, it's the truth. OuyangWushuang spoke with great confidence. He continued, Ninth brother, to put it bluntly, you're weak to begin with. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat big brother? Sixth brother, you can't just say who's strong or weak with your mouth. OuyangWushuang said indifferently. Oh, so, ninth brother is confident in competing with me? OuyangWushuang said. OuyangWushuang didn't finish his words. He took a sip of the wine, which was a silent agreement. Haha, good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we have a friendly match? OuyangWushuang said. How do we spar? OuyangWushuang asked. You and I are well aware of our combat strength. There's no need to spar. Let's see who is stronger. OuyangWushuang said. All right. OuyangWushuang nodded. He understood that the main purpose of OuyangWushuang's invitation was to suppress his morale, and then persuade him to help OuyangWushuang. How could he give in? Set up the battle stage. OuyangWushuang's voice rang out. Immediately there was a roar in the open space, and then a huge fighting ring emerged. Buzz! On OuyangWushuang's side, a figure flickered out and stood on the fighting ring. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to constantly distort. Yukuan, the only disciple of the Holy Temple. Am a great saint in the exceptional realm and am good at the law of fire. The purple flame villa is also good at the law of fire. Which great saint in the exceptional realm would like to fight me? Yushu's gaze swept past Lu Ming and the others. However, it only swept past Lu Ming and his group before landing on the people from the purple flame villa. I'll fight you. A sovereign from the purple flame villa stepped into the air and rushed up to the fighting ring. This person was the one who was defeated by Lu Ming yesterday. The two of them stood on the fighting ring, their auras bursting forth, causing the fighting ring to heat up. A light screen rose around the fighting ring to isolate the heat. The two of them didn't waste any words and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the flame maxim, which was filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks collided continuously, causing loud rumbles and blazing flames. However, Yushu's white flame, which was unknown, was extremely powerful. After a few moves, he gained the upper hand and began to suppress the purple flame villa's genius. After a dozen or so moves, the purple flame villa's sovereign was no match for Yushu. He was thrown out of the fighting ring by Yushu's punch and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yushu was defeated. They were both great saints in the great perfection, but he was defeated by the other party in a dozen moves. This made all the geniuses of the purple flame villa have ugly expressions. Even OuyangWushuang's face darkened. I've long heard that every single heaven's favorite from the one and only sacred temple is extremely terrifying. They're said to be the only ones in the world, and every attribute and domain is unique. It's truly shocking. Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yushu's white flame is extremely strange. It can even burn flames, said Long Chun with a serious expression. The flame could actually burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. You're even worthy of cultivating the law of fire? Yushu stood on the fighting ring, looking down at the geniuses of the purple flame villa with disdain. Chapter 1824. The Fighting Ring by Yushu. Xiao was also defeated. As the only disciple of the Sacred Hall, his combat strength was indeed shocking. Great sage in the Great Circle, who else is up for a fight? Go! Yushu shouted. Her eyes were like lightning as she scanned the people of the Purple Flame Villa. The people of the Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao had been defeated. If the others went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. You're really weak. Senior brother Yushu isn't the strongest among the great saints in the Great Circle of the Holy Temple. Someone from the Holy Temple sneered. This made the Purple Flame Villa and OuyangWushuang's heart sink. Yushu was the only great sage in the Great Circle in the Holy Temple, but she was not the strongest? How was that possible? Yushu's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king body that controlled the laws of the king path or a superior grade heavenly spirit body. However, these people were not cabbages that could be found easily. In the Soul Divine Temple, there were great sage, great perfection cultivators who were even stronger than Yushu. No wonder the Soul Divine Temple was so arrogant. No wonder OuyangWushuang was so confident. Ninth brother, I'm sure you've seen how strong he is. OuyangWushuang said indifferently. The sparring has just begun. What's the rush, sixth brother? OuyangWushuang said. Oh, then let's continue. Since no one dares to fight a great sage in the great perfection realm, then let's fight a great sage peak. OuyangWushuang coldly snorted. Yushu got off the battle platform. Another person from the Supreme Sacred Hall stepped onto the battle platform, showing that his cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint. OuyangWushuang wanted to completely crush OuyangWushuang's side at all levels. Peak of the Great Saint Realm. Who wants to fight? The only heaven's favorite from the Sacred Hall was full of confidence and arrogance. The faces of the Purple Flame Villa's elites were all very serious. Finally, a peak Supreme Saint stepped onto the fighting stage. Unfortunately, he was no match for the heaven's favorite from the only divine temple. Just like before, it was a one-sided battle. After a few dozen moves, the heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Next, the Purple Flame Villa sent another heaven's favorite, but he was still no match for them. Great saints in the Great Circle and great saints in the Peak were all crushed. Ninth brother, I've said it before. Even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? OuyangWushuang continued. Only 2 levels have been carried out. The Great Sage Great Mastery Realm hasn't been fought yet. Sixth brother, you're speaking too early. OuyangWushuang said. Do great sages still need to fight? People of this realm are almost useless in this test. OuyangWushuang revealed a disdainful smile. This time the heavens' favorites they invited were the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their superpowers were also profound. Their cultivations were at least at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, and most of them were at the great perfection of the Great Saint Realm. The great mastery of the Supreme Saint Realm had no effect on the battle. How would you know if you haven't fought? OuyangWushuang said. Since ninth brother insists on this, I happen to have a great sage great perfection heaven's pride on my side. I'll accompany you. OuyangWushuang said. After that, a supreme saint from the Supreme Sacred Hall stepped onto the battle platform. Great sage great mastery, who wants to fight? The man shouted. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa looked at each other. There was no one in the great sage realm among them. I'll fight this battle. Long Chen stood up and stepped into the fighting ring. Long Chen's cultivation base was the great sage. Ninth brother, I heard that you asked for help from a few heaven's favorites in Ancient Moon Temple. Could it be them? His cultivation is a little low. OuyangWushuang laughed with a hint of mockery. The heaven's favorites he invited from the Ancient Moon Holy Land were all in the great circle of the Supreme Saint Realm, such as Mo Lang and the Golden Crow Second Prince. Although they were not as strong as the heaven's favorites from the only holy temple, their battle power was not to be underestimated. The deciding factor of one's combat strength isn't just one's cultivation. OuyangWushuang replied indifferently. Oh really? Not everyone has ninth brother's talent. OuyangWushuang laughed. On the fighting ring, Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing, but in the eyes of the only person from the temple, he was not happy. Do you still need me to make a move? I advise you to get the hell out of here. The only chosen from the sacred temple spoke arrogantly. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen said indifferently. What? 3 moves? Ha ha ha. The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall burst into laughter. Not only him, but the others below the battle stage were also laughing. The supreme talent of the only sacred temple was almost invincible among those of the same level. Now Long Chen said that he would defeat the supreme talent of the only sacred temple in 3 moves. Wasn't this ridiculous? Ninth brother, your friend is really... OuyangWushuang was about to sneer at him, but he stopped mid-sentence. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward, shaking the fighting ring. Then, he threw a punch at the Supreme Sacred Hall's genius. Boom! Wherever the fist force passed, the sky would shake and the air would evaporate, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the heaven's favorite from the only sacred temple to turn pale. Block it! The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist force blasted out, and all the defenses were shattered. The heaven's pride expert from the Soul Divine Temple let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the fighting stage. Half of his body had been smashed and he had almost been beaten to death. How is that possible? The other heaven's favorites from the only temple all stood up. Their auras were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1825. Since you're a heaven's favorite, you have to fight above your level. The only heaven's favorite of the divine temple was known as the one and only one in the world. He was invincible among his peers. But now he was defeated by Long Chen in a single move. This shocked everyone. Long Chen was being polite when he said 3 moves, but in fact he couldn't even block one. The law of extremity. It's one of the laws of the King Path, the law of extremity. In the only sacred hall, someone recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a king physique and can control extreme power. No wonder he's so terrifying. It's the same as the ninth prince, a king body. The only heaven's favorites from the sacred hall were discussing. This fellow is also this strong? The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chen in shock. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed unparalleled combat strength. He did not expect that Long Chen was not weak either. He had defeated the only sanctuary's genius of the same level with one move. Could it be that these few people are also abnormal? Their gazes then shifted to Lu Ming and Huangling Molang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the others from the Guyu Holy Land all had serious expressions. They already knew Long Chen had a king body and could control the king path laws. What's the point of fighting at the same level? Since you're called a heaven's favorite, you should fight above your level. Who among you at the peak of the Great Saint Realm wants to fight? At this moment Long Chen's voice rang out, and he looked in the direction of the Soul Divine Temple. Many people were shocked. Long Chen was actually going to challenge someone of a higher level. Wasn't he too confident? To heaven's favorites like them, it was not difficult to fight someone above their level. However, this was only applicable to ordinary martial artists, such as those who had inferior, medium, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. However, who among the top heaven's favorites could fight above their level? This was unless he had a battle prowess that far exceeded those of the same level. Although you have a king body and control the laws of the king path, you might not be able to skip a level and challenge us. The only heaven's favorite from the sacred temple snorted coldly. Nonsense, do you dare to fight? Long Chen was domineering, and his battle intent was threatening. You asked for it, so I'll fulfill your wish. The only heaven's favorite from the sacred hall stepped out and appeared on the fighting ring. This man was the heaven's favorite who had defeated the supreme saints at the peak of the Purple Flame Villa. He was extremely powerful. He was almost invincible in a battle of the same level, not to mention that Long Chen was one level above him. I will let you understand that even if you control the laws of the icing path, you are not invincible. Die. The only St. Palace's heaven's favorite shouted coldly. A terrifying aura burst out from him, and a dazzling golden light bloomed from his hand, forming a golden sword. This person controlled the laws of metal and was extremely sharp. Ow! An elephant's cry rang out, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The laws of nature circulated to the extreme, as if it was filled with infinite power. Boom! Boom! Long Chen stepped on the fighting ring, and the ring rumbled as he charged toward his opponent. Whoosh! The metal sword in his opponent's hand was extremely sharp. It was 10 meters long and slashed at Long Chen. Long Chen punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The opponent's gold sword shook violently and then exploded. The man was forced to retreat. So strong. Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too strong. He was one level higher than his opponent, but he was able to shatter his opponent's attack with one punch and push him back. Again. Long Chen took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 soldier condensation / die. The only sacred hall genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and countless weapons formed in the sky. They attacked Long Chen from all directions. However, Long Chen's attacks were very simple. He just threw out one punch after another, but each punch shook the void and crushed everything in its path. All the weapons in his path were shattered. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards the other party, forcing him to retreat. The armored giant, die! The only St. Palace's genius shouted. His saint power surged, and two giant creatures formed in front of him. These were two giants. Their entire bodies were golden as if they were completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an oppressive aura. Thump! Thump! The two giants stepped forward and their fists, which were as big as water tanks, smashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen fearlessly took the attack head-on with his fist. It was a battle between the strong. A contest of strength. Long Chen's fist collided with the armored giant's fist, creating a terrifying boom. Scrap metal break? Long Chen let out a long roar, and his fist energy was like a rainbow as he continuously swung it, clashing with the armored giant. Bang! A Vajra realm giant couldn't withstand Long Chen's power, and was directly crushed. Then Long Chen soared into the sky and stepped on the body of a Vajra giant. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon and elephant, suppressing the heavens. The armor giant was also crushed into pieces, turning into energy and disappearing. After Long Chen crushed the giant, he used the force to pounce on the only genius of the sacred temple. His fist force was like a rainbow, unstoppable. The heaven's favorite from the soul's sacred hall grunted and flew out of the fighting ring, spitting out blood. Long Chen won again. The entire place fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat a heaven's favorite of the same level with one move. But now, he had crossed a level and defeated the only heaven's favorite of the sacred temple. This was shocking. Furthermore, this heaven's favorite from the only divine temple was extremely powerful. He had just defeated all the heaven's favorites of the same level in the Purple Flame Villa. The only heaven's favorite from the temple had a dark expression. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa were dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions remained unchanged. This result was within their expectations. Long Chen had mastered the laws of the way of the king, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chen had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. OuyangWushuang laughed and let out a long breath, releasing all the anger he had suppressed. OuyangWushuang's face darkened and he did not say anything. Long Chen, it's my turn to play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped on the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chen nodded and left the fighting ring. Guys, I'm also a great saint. I'll learn from brother Long Chen and challenge someone at the peak of the great saint realm. Who's going to challenge me? Huang Ling's voice rang out as she looked towards the one and only divine temple. Another great saint in the upper tier challenging a great saint in the peak? Could it be that this beautiful woman was also a heaven's favorite on the same level as Long Chen? How can a heaven's favorite of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I'll fight this battle. In the only sacred palace, a woman flew up. This woman was also quite beautiful, but she paled in comparison to Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling, and now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge a supreme saint peak with her cultivation of the great saint realm, she went up directly. And NBSP without saying anything else, the two of them immediately attacked. The only woman from the sacred hall controlled the law of water and had countless changes. Her strength was extremely shocking. However, he met Feng Ling and his defeat was set in stone. Just like Long Chen, after a few moves, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring. Law of unperishable flame. Another king body, how is this possible? Many people were dumbfounded. Chapter 1826. Ill play too. Previously there was Long Chen and now there was Feng Ling. She had also mastered the laws of King Path, and her combat strength was shocking. She had crossed a level and defeated her opponent. OuyangWushuang's expression became uglier and uglier. He had invited OuyangWushuang, Lu Ming, and the others to the banquet with the purpose of beating OuyangWushuang at the banquet. He wanted to sweep away OuyangWushuang's side with a sweeping force. In the end, he would force OuyangWushuang to agree to help him fight against OuyangWudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chen and Feng Ling had been fighting above their level, and the momentum he had accumulated before had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I've said before that a high cultivation level also represents a high combat strength. Cultivation level is only one of the factors that determines combat strength. There are many other factors that determine the strength of combat strength. OuyangWushuang said and laughed in a carefree manner. HRMPH ninth brother, no matter how strong they are only great saints in the great mastery. They can defeat great saints in the peak, but can they defeat great saints in the great perfection? Will the two of them be of any use in this test? OuyangWushuang coldly snorted. No matter how strong Long Chen and Phoenix Spirit were, they were only equivalent to two powerful supreme saints at the peak. How could they affect the overall situation? This test wasn't about who was stronger in a battle of the same level. What's the rush? Isn't the competition not over yet? OuyangWushuang smiled faintly. The competition isn't over? They had already competed in the Great Sage Great Mastery. Were they going to compete in the Great Sage Minor Mastery? Hehe, ninth brother. What's the use of a great sage in the minor mastery realm in this test? Are you going to die? Ninth brother. Don't tell me you've invited someone from the great sage minor mastery? OuyangWushuang's repeated questions were filled with sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lu Ming. On OuyangWushuang's side, the people from the Purple Flame Villa were all at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and the Great Saint Perfection Realm. Long Chen and Huang Ling had both revealed their cultivation, and the only one who had not revealed his cultivation was Lu Ming. If he was a great sage initial, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I just said that having a high cultivation level doesn't mean that your combat strength is high. OuyangWushuang added. How can I not know this? However, even if one's cultivation is low, there must be a limit. He's just a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight a higher level like the previous two, what's the use? He's only equivalent to a figure in the great sage great mastery. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, you're not that strong. You've helped me deal with the first prince. I'll still say the same thing, I won't mistreat you. OuyangWushuang rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow sixth prince, and the other people from Guyu Holy Land. He also did not see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. The Great Sage lower mastery was equivalent to a Great Sage upper mastery? To Lu Ming it was not valid at all. OuyangWushuang ignored OuyangWushuang and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you want to play? He asked. Alright, let's play. Lu Ming stood up. Brother Lu Ming, beat them up. Chirpy. Bubbles waved her small fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make a move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, they naturally would not warn the Soul Divine Temple. They would be happy to see the Soul Divine Temple suffer after being humiliated like that. Alright. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head, then stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Is this lecherous fellow? He's a complete piece of trash. He dared to flirt with junior sister Qiu Yue on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now he's still acting. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple laughed in disdain. So it's this person, he really has guts. The other person from the Divine Temple sneered. Everyone, this person is not simple. Mo Lang from the Skywolf Tower wanted to remind the supreme talent of the only sacred temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great sage lower tier? Are you looking down on us because my Soul Divine Temple lost 2 matches? Yushu's gaze swept towards Mo Lang, causing Mo Lang's heart to skip a beat. He then shook his head and kept his mouth shut. These people from the only Divine Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Mo Lang and the others. During this period of time, Mo Lang and the others had been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Boy, let me tell you. You're just a great sage minor mastery. There's no great sage minor mastery here to fight with you. You must challenge him. In 2 days, I'll ask a junior brother to play with you. One of the supreme talents from the Soul Divine Temple looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a Heaven's Pride expert? You're just trash. Since you're a Heaven's Pride expert, you must fight above your level. All of you, as long as you're in the Great Sage realm, can come up and fight. Lu Ming said calmly. What? The only Heaven's favorites from the Divine Temple, including OuyangWushuang, were all stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as it's an eminent saint, he can fight it out. Is this kid crazy? A mere great sage minor mastery actually dared to make such a bold statement, saying that he could fight anyone in the great sage realm? Did he really think that the people here were all trash? Everyone here was a top-tier Heaven's Pride expert. It was almost impossible for an ordinary warrior to fight a great sage in the lower mastery realm, not to mention that they were all Heaven's Pride experts. This kid was absolutely crazy. Ha ha, this kid, could it be that he's gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying previously burst out laughing. He couldn't even block a single palm from him, and he still dared to say that he could even fight a great sage. If he wasn't crazy, what was he? Ninth brother, did you really invite this person? I'm afraid you haven't seen much of the world. OuyangWushuang sneered. A great sage lower mastery could fight a great sage in the great perfection realm, and he was a top Heaven's Pride expert. He didn't believe that there was such a person in the world. So much nonsense, do you dare to go up or not? Lu Ming berated and looked down at the only divine temple. Mo Lang and the rest. Mo Lang and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming's gaze swept over them. They did not dare to look Lu Ming in the eye and lowered their heads. They knew that they were not Lu Ming's match. "Oh, kill this kid. He has been staring at junior sister Chua since he arrived. I want him to know what kind of trash he is." A young man from the only holy temple shouted coldly and rushed up the fighting ring. The aura on his body bloomed. He was an expert at the peak of the great saint realm. "Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him with one move. It'll be boring." The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm on the street shouted, "Make your move." Lu Ming looked at the other party indifferently. "Kneel down, die." The young man bellowed and struck out with his palm. A huge khaki palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of the earth, and his strength was astonishing. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. It was a very simple punch. Chapter 1827. Summoning Qiu Yue. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The chaotic laws circulated and he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force whistled and destroyed the opponent's large hand as if it was a piece of rotten wood. The face of the heaven's favorite from the soul's sacred hall sank as he shouted coldly, "You have some ability. Let's see how many moves you can take." The other party waved his palm and the law of earth in the sky circulated, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. "I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's go," Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and rushed toward his opponent like a bolt of lightning. At the same time he threw a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away the mountains. The terrifying fist force did not stop and continued to blast toward the genius of the only holy temple. The fist force was unstoppable, as if it was pressing down on the entire world. The other party's expression changed drastically. The law of earth circulated, setting up layers of defense in front of him. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's fist force crushed all the defenses. The heaven's favorite from the only sacred hall spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying far away, landing on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The only heaven's favorite at the peak of the great saint realm in the temple was defeated by Lu Ming so easily. It was as if he had swept away all obstacles. How could a person in the minor mastery of the great sage realm have such amazing combat strength? The expressions of the other heaven's favorites from the sacred temple were dark. As for Mo Lang, the Golden Crow Second Prince, the Ancient Moon Holy Land geniuses, and the Purple Flame Villa geniuses, they all had complicated expressions. They were well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is that possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene. Wasn't Lu Ming able to be sent flying by his palm? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Haha, sixth brother, I've said before, cultivation has never represented combat power. OuyangWushuang laughed. OuyangWuji's face darkened and he did not say anything. Previously, when Feng Ling and Long Chun were able to defeat the genius of the one and only divine temple, it was already a surprise. But now Lu Ming was able to defeat the genius of the one and only divine temple, who was 2 levels higher than him. Even he found it unbelievable. Supreme Saint Realm. If any of you want to come up and fight, you can. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time no one laughed or mocked him. This was because Lu Ming had just used his combat strength to prove that he had the ability. "I'll do it." A voice was heard. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Yu Shu. Many people were shocked. Yu Kuan was a great saint in the Great Circle. He had defeated all the great saints in the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that this person's combat power was definitely the best in the Great Saint perfection level. In a battle of the same level, he was almost invincible without the king physique. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, who was only in the Great Sage minor mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Shu? Although Lu Ming is strong, he's not Yu Kun's match. I've heard of a great sage in the lower tier fighting a great sage in the Great Perfection realm. However, I've never heard of a great sage in the Great Perfection realm fighting a prodigy like Yu Kuan. That's right. Even the Son of God can't do that. The difference in cultivation is too big. The only heaven's favorites from the sacred hall were discussing. This time, even Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow, and the proud children of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming did not have a high chance of winning. Although Lu Ming could kill a heaven's favorite like Wan Zhengyang, Wan Zhengyang's cultivation base was also in the Great Saint perfection, but he was definitely not Yushu's match. Make your move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. Yushu's body was covered in white flames. The temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic laws circulated all over his body as he used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. His palm was like a blade as he slashed out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the power of fire spread across half of the fighting ring. Then, a figure was seen retreating 7 or 8 steps before he could stand firm. That figure was Yushu, while Lu Ming did not move an inch. Yushu has been repelled. Many people gasped. Could it be that even Lian Qi was not Lu Ming's match? The laws he controls seem to be the laws of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Is this person the son of chaos, one of the sons of heaven? It should be. Otherwise it can't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could tell that Lu Ming controlled the laws of chaos. They immediately started a heated discussion. OuyangWushuang's face turned even colder. He did not expect OuyangWushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, you have a wide network. You actually know a son of chaos. OuyangWushuang's voice was filled with jealousy. Of course he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chan, who were invited by OuyangWushuang, had mastered the King Path Law. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had mastered one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a heaven's favorites cultivation base was still weak now, he would definitely be extremely terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful heaven's favorite? Damn it! Yushu took a step back and growled in a low voice. Her face turned even gloomier. The Soul Divine Temple was known as the one and only in the world. However, he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming even though his cultivation level was so much higher. It was unbearable. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced and twisted the space. However, at this moment Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yushu and looked at the one and only divine temple, then at Qiu Yue. At this moment, Qiu Yue was also sizing Lu Ming up curiously as if she did not know him at all. Lu Ming. I'm your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Lu Ming? Young master? His words made Qiu Yue frown, as if she was in deep thought. Fanatic, how dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Qiu again. Senior brother Yushu, teach him a good lesson. The Heaven's Pride expert from the Soul Divine Temple shouted unhappily. Raging flames and storm slash. At this moment Yushu roared. The flames all over his body condensed into a huge saber. He slashed hundreds of times in an instant. The blazing saber light swept out and enveloped Lu Ming. This was Yukun's divine art, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and pointed a finger. A huge chaos finger of tribulation formed and shot toward Yuchan. Boom! The finger of chaos tribulation was like the finger of a god. With one point all the saber beams were shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yushu. Yushu retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly and he was almost blown off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze never once fell on Yushu. He was still staring at Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yuntian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 1828 Defeated by E-Master. Madam Master. Madam. Qiu Yue mumbled to herself as the look of contemplation in her eyes became even more intense. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yu Luan roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Flames filled the sky. In the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared. Like a storm they charged at Lu Ming. This move was Yushu's strongest move. He had unleashed his sacred art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming did not even look and pointed his finger again. Lu Ming had raised the power of the chaos finger of tribulation to its maximum. Lu Ming did not use his full strength in the previous finger attack. And NBSP the chaos laws exploded, and the chaos tribulation finger was formed, crushing everything in its path. All the weapons condensed by the flame exploded in an instant. Yushu's expression changed drastically. With a scream, his body was blown away like a cannonball. He flew out of the fighting ring and flew a long distance before he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured by this move. If not for his fire spirit body and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yushu had been defeated, completely and utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This level of combat strength had already exceeded their imagination. A great sage minor mastery had actually defeated Yukuan, who was a great sage in the Great Perfection realm. Yukuan was a peerless genius. Such combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa. They thought of how they had laughed at Lu Ming and the others when they first saw them. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Divine Temple were red in the face. Previously, Lu Ming had said that they could challenge anyone who was at the Great Saint Realm. They had even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now it seemed that Lu Ming was very confident. On the other hand, they seemed a little ridiculous, like jumping clowns. OuyangWushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, so what? So what if you're a great sage in the Great Perfection realm? You still lost. Seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother. Do you want to help me to get the position of Crown Prince? OuyangWushuang said with a smile. OuyangWuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress OuyangWushuang and make him help him fight against the first prince, OuyangWudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Longchan, and Fengling. OuyangWuji's fists were clenched together as his eyes turned cold. In the beginning, everything was going according to his plan, and everything was going smoothly. However, after Longchan made his move, all his plans were thrown into chaos. Longchan and Fengling were extremely powerful. They were able to defeat the only heaven's favorite of the Sacred Hall. However, this was not a big deal. No matter how strong Longchan and Fengling were, they could not fight against supreme saints in the Great Perfection realm. It did not affect the overall situation much. However, Lu Ming's attack had completely disrupted his plan. Lu Ming's combat strength could even defeat Yushu. This level of combat strength could already affect the outcome of the battle. In this case, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would OuyangWushuang help him? Ninth brother. This test will be a competition of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's alone. I'd advise you to help me. OuyangWuji's face darkened. Oh, since that's the case, we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker during the assessment. OuyangWushuang said. Alright. We'll see during the assessment. OuyangWuji said coldly. All sorts of thoughts ran through the crowd's minds, but Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue, what's wrong with you? You still remember the Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Do you still remember the mystical sword sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a great bell that resonated in the heavens and earth. He asked a series of questions in succession, as if he wanted to penetrate deep into Qiu Yue's heart. The Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Mystical sword sect? The Lu family of Fiery Wind City? Qiu Yue kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were blank. After a while, a pained expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and shot into the sky. She turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was about to give chase, but his figure flashed. A few of the temple's geniuses blocked his path. Damn it, what did you say to Qiu Yue? Why was she so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Qiu Yue, you'll die without a burial place. The paragon of the Soul Divine Temple shouted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. What's wrong? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Let's go. Longchan said as he stepped forward and came to Lu Ming's side. Huang Ling did the same. Impudent. OuyangWuji shouted coldly and stood up abruptly. A powerful aura burst out from his body as he looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze. At the same time, Mo Lang, the Golden Crow second prince, and the rest were also staring at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be more than willing to do so. Sixth brother, the test hasn't even started yet. And you're already going to fight me? If this gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that be too good for OuyangWushuang? OuyangWushuang also stood up and confronted OuyangWuji. OuyangWuji's expression changed. He did want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming. However, OuyangWushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight first, the consequences would be unpredictable. Regardless of whether they would be disqualified or not, it would benefit OuyangWushuang. Humph, ninth brother. Let's meet at the assessment. OuyangWuji muttered to himself for a moment before he waved his sleeves and snorted. Lu Ming, let's go first. OuyangWushuang looked at Lu Ming and asked. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Qiu Yue had left in, frowning. Something must have happened to Qiu Yue. However, one thing was for sure. Qiu Yue's body was not possessed. If he was possessed by someone else and Lu Ming kept asking him questions, he would definitely not have this reaction. Qiu Yue, I will definitely find out what you have been through. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Qiu Yue had gone through before he could find the right solution. Lu Ming did not give chase. He turned around and left the place with OuyangWushuang and the rest. In OuyangWushuang's mansion, Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang were sitting opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you're here to ask me about Miss Qiu Yue. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? OuyangWushuang asked out of curiosity. Not bad, yes. Lu Ming nodded. Qiu Yue and I came from the same place. Before she came to the Yuan continent, she was my servant. Lu Ming briefly explained his relationship with Qiu Yue. The only proud daughter of the divine temple is actually your maidservant. After listening, OuyangWushuang was amazed. But when Qiu Yue saw me earlier, she didn't seem to recognize me at all. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard any news about this? Lu Ming asked. Earlier, Lu Ming came to look for OuyangWushuang alone to ask about this. OuyangWushuang was the prince of the divine origin empire. He was in the ancient sun sacred land with the only sacred hall, so he might know something. Chapter 1829 Leading troops into battle. What's happening? OuyangWushuang frowned and pondered. After a while he said, a year ago, something big did happen in the ancient Yang Holy Land. I wonder if it has anything to do with Miss Qiu Yue? What is it? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. A year ago, Miss Qiyu's master, the only powerful existence in the divine temple, suddenly went crazy and killed his way to the Daoyuo heaven sect. In the end, for some unknown reason, Master Qiu Yue retreated again. OuyangWushuang said. Master Qiu Yue suddenly went to the Daoyuo heaven sect? Lu Ming was in deep thought. Miss Qiyu's master is definitely a true emperor, and even among the true emperors, he's an extremely powerful existence. The Daoyuo heaven sect is the most powerful existence in the ancient Yang Holy Land, and it's even said that there's a great emperor in charge. If there's nothing important, why would Miss Qiyu's master come to the Daoyuo heaven sect? This matter caused a great shock in the ancient Sun Holy Land at that time. Later on, there were many different opinions. People were guessing what exactly happened to make a powerful true emperor so angry that he went to the Daoyuo heaven sect. But in the end, he left without a solution. But until now, there has been no unified explanation. OuyangWushuang said. Daoyuo heaven sect, could it be that what happened to Qiu Yue is related to the Daoyuo heaven sect? Lu Ming frowned. Then he chatted with OuyangWushuang for a while more but could not come to a conclusion. In the end, he bade farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. 7 days later, OuyangWushuang gathered everyone again. Everyone, the content of this assessment is out. It will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage will be the assessment of leading an army in battle. OuyangWushuang said. Leading an army into battle? Everyone was stunned. That's right. If you want to become the crown prince of a country, you need to be outstanding in all aspects, such as martial Dao talent, wisdom, connections, etc., before you can control a country. The first round will be held in a world of formations. I, OuyangWuji, and OuyangWushuang will each lead an army of 30,000 in battle. We will be ranked according to our battle results. OuyangWushuang explained. Each side has 30,000 troops. Are the cultivation levels of these 30,000 troops similar for all three sides? Someone asked. If one side's 30,000 strong army was strong while the other side's was weak, then no matter how strong one's commanding ability was, it was useless. Don't worry about that. Everyone who enters the world of formations will only use their spiritual consciousness. Anyone who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to LV1 Martial Emperor realm. Even if they are killed inside, they will only be eliminated and not killed. OuyangWushuang said. No wonder. Everyone's heart moved. Everyone who entered would have their cultivation suppressed to the first level Martial Emperor realm. In other words, the 30,000 soldiers were all at the first level Martial Emperor realm. They would also be at the first level Martial Emperor realm when they entered. In an army of tens of thousands of soldiers, an individual's battle prowess could hardly affect the overall situation. Only the ability to command troops and the cooperation of battle formations would be fully displayed. The first test will take the longest time. There will be 2 months of training at the start. In these 2 months, I will lead 30,000 troops and train their battle formations. 2 months later, the three sides will begin to fight against each other. Starting from today, I will take you to see. After OuyangWushuang finished speaking, he walked out. Everyone followed him and soon they arrived at a vast and spacious area. Mysterious runes glowed in all directions, forming a mysterious array. On the ground, there were many figures sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if they were in a meditative state. There are a total of 30,000 people here, and they are currently in the world of formations. There are experts from the Empire guarding this place, so you can enter the world of formations without worry. No one will disturb you. Let's go in as well, OuyangWushuang said. He landed on the ground first and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming and the rest landed on the ground, sat cross-legged, and closed their eyes. Instantly, inscriptions climbed up their bodies and enveloped them. Lu Ming felt as if his spirit had left his body and entered a void. Soon he opened his eyes and found himself on a platform. OuyangWushuang, Fengling, Longchan, and the others had also appeared. As expected, he's only at the LV1 Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming sensed his body. Indeed, he was only left with the cultivation of a first-level Martial Emperor. Everyone else was the same. Their cultivation was at the first-level Martial Emperor realm. It's amazing. It's similar to the floating platform in the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming sighed. The sky-high floating platform in Dragon God Valley was also a place where one's spirit could enter to cultivate. This array world was also where one's spirit could enter, and then condense a body from the array world. In front of the platform there was a huge military camp. He could see many people in the military camp. Let's go. OuyangWushuang took the lead and flew over, followed by the rest. The 9th prince is here. Someone in the military camp shouted. Sound the army drums, the army will gather. OuyangWushuang passed down the order. Thump, thump, boom. His deep voice reverberated throughout the entire camp. With a flash of their figures, the army gathered on the empty drill ground. Not long after, the 30,000-strong army had gathered. Each of them wore black armor and were all LV1 Martial Royal Realm martial artists. They stood together with an imposing aura. OuyangWushuang stood at a high place and looked around. This time the 6th prince, OuyangWuji, and the 1st prince, OuyangWudao, are fighting for the position of crown prince. If you all help me become the crown prince, you will all be heroes. When I inherit the throne in the future, I will definitely not forget you. OuyangWushuang's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. I'll do my best to help the 9th prince become the crown prince. The 30,000-strong army roared. If they could help the 9th prince become the crown prince, OuyangWushuang would take control of the Divine Yuan Empire in the future. Their lives would be much better, and they would have more opportunities. If they could seize the opportunity, they might be able to rise to the top. Alright, well trained together for the next 2 months. I have a formation here, the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. You'll have to train this formation with all your might for the next 2 months. OuyangWushuang said. Yes. The 30,000-strong army received the order, and their voices shook the heavens. In a battle between great armies, only by coordinating with a great formation could they display their powerful combat strength. Some formations could even unleash 10 times, or even 100 times the combat power. An army that did not know how to use battle formations would be easily defeated by an army that knew how to use battle formations. Everyone, please take a good rest during the first round of assessment. We will need your help for the second and third round. OuyangWushuang looked at Lu Ming and the rest. The first round was the battle of commanding troops. Lu Ming and the others were only at the LV1 martial royal realm after entering this place, so they were not of much use. Their role was mainly in the second and third round. Ninth Prince, please go ahead. Well, just look around. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa said. All right. OuyangWushuang nodded and went to teach the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation to the 30,000-strong army. Chapter 1830. Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming and the rest took a casual look and left the place. The first round indeed had little to do with them. In the following days, OuyangWushuang devoted himself to training the army. He trained the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation with the 30,000 troops. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. His cultivation was approaching the Great Sage Mastery. However, after reaching the Great Saint Realm, the progress of cultivation became slower and slower. It became more and more difficult. After cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming stopped for a while and walked around. Then he entered the array to see how OuyangWushuang 1's training was going. Roar! Roar! An army of 30,000 galloped across the vast land like a mighty flood. The earth rumbled and the momentum was shocking. As far as the eye could see, it was a black torrent. True essence surged, and a giant tiger formed in the sky above the 30,000 troops. This giant tiger was tens of thousands of feet tall, and was even larger than a mountain. Its aura was shocking. This was the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. 30,000 first-level martial emperors formed a large formation and formed a heavenly tiger. Even a half-saint would be torn apart. Furthermore, as the 30,000 soldiers trained for a longer period of time, they would become more familiar with the technique and their combat strength would also increase. Lu Ming stood high in the sky and watched quietly. After a few hours of training, the army finally stopped to rest. A figure flew toward Lu Ming. It was OuyangWushuang. Lu Ming, why are you here today? OuyangWushuang said with a smile. I'm here to see how your training is going. How is it? Do you have any confidence in the first test? Lu Ming asked. I'm not confident. OuyangWushuang shook his head and said with a serious face, I obtained this Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation by accident. It's very powerful, but I can't guarantee that OuyangWudao and OuyangWuji don't have powerful battle formations. If they have a battle formation that is not weaker than mine, this battle will be very difficult. There are 3 sides and they are restraining each other. The situation changes rapidly, and no one is confident of winning. OuyangWushuang said. Lu Ming nodded. The 3 sides had 30,000 troops and their abilities were similar. They restrained each other and the situation was constantly changing. No one could predict who would win before the results were out. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Have a battle formation here that is far more powerful than the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. Perhaps I can give it a try. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. OuyangWushuang's eyes lit up. Yes, this formation is called the True Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a jade token and passed it to OuyangWushuang. This battle formation had been found in the 9 dragons' memories. It was extremely powerful, far above the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. OuyangWushuang used his spiritual sense and the joy on his face grew. With this battle formation, I'm even more confident. OuyangWushuang said. Not necessarily. If he doesn't use it well, he'll probably be the first to be eliminated. Lu Ming said. He was not that optimistic. You're saying would it cause OuyangWudao and OuyangWuji to join forces? OuyangWushuang was also a smart person. He immediately understood what Lu Ming meant. If his battle formation was too strong and caused OuyangWudao and OuyangWuji to sense danger, they would join forces to attack him. No matter how strong the True Dragon battle formation was, it would still be dangerous. Therefore, out of the 30,000-strong army, only 5,000 can be used to practice the True Dragon battle formation. The other 25,000 can continue to train the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. During the battle, it's best to sacrifice those 25,000 people. Lu Ming opened his mouth and explained a strategy. His plan was simple. When the three sides fought, he would sacrifice 25,000 soldiers. This way there would only be a few thousand people left. To the other two sides, OuyangWushuang would not be much of a threat. Their attention would only be on each other. This way OuyangWushuang could just sit back and reap the benefits. Of course, this plan required the remaining thousands of people to be strong enough and the battle formation they formed to be powerful enough. Otherwise, even if they were to sit back and reap the benefits, it would probably be useless. Alright, well, follow this plan. OuyangWushuang was also a decisive person. He immediately decided to use Lu Ming's plan. Ouyang, I hope that you can win in the first round. Lu Ming smiled. OuyangWushuang was a silver inheritor and had to listen to him. Lu Ming also hoped that OuyangWushuang could defeat the other two sides and become the crown prince, controlling the Shenyuan Empire in the future. In this way, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to Lu Ming. Immediately, OuyangWushuang selected 5,000 people to train the true dragon battle formation in secret. Lu Ming left the array world and strolled around the Shenyuan Empire. He bought a few things and headed towards OuyangWushuang's residence. You piece of trash, hand over your pill now. Otherwise, it'll completely cripple you. Lu Ming had just turned into a mansion when he heard a voice. Don't even think about it. This is my reward for working hard for a year. Don't even think about taking it. If you have the ability, kill me. At this time, another voice was heard. From their voices, they didn't seem very old. Lu Ming was curious. He moved and appeared on the roof of a hall. He looked ahead. In front of them, there were 5 to 6 youths, all around 14 to 15 years old. 5 of them wore surrounding a black-clothed youth, staring at him with unfriendly eyes. The black-clothed youth looked at the others with a stubborn expression. Ouyang, since you want to die so badly, well, fulfill your wish. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you. A piece of trash like you who can't even awaken your bloodline, even if we kill one, you who would care? A yellow-robed young man sneered. That's right. Hand over the pill. Even if a piece of trash like you gets the stabilizing pill, it's still a waste of God's gift. You might as well hand it over to us. Be filial to us in the future. Only then can trash like you struggle on whilst at death's door. Otherwise, only death awaits. The other youth sneered. Don't even think about it. The stabilizing pill is mine. It's my last hope. If you want to take the stabilizing pill, you might as well kill me. The black-robed youth Ouyang shouted. Humph, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-robed young man kicked Ouyang in the stomach. Ouyang cried out in pain as his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, his eyes were still firm as he stared at the yellow-robed youth and the others. If I don't die, I'll definitely return it to you 10 times over. Ouyang said. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This look made the hearts of the yellow-robed youth and the others turn cold. You won't have the chance. Today is the day you die. The yellow-robed youth said coldly. His true energy surged and he was about to kill Ouyang. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His palm glowed, and the reincarnation halberd appeared in his hand. But at this moment, the reincarnation halberd shook violently and let out a buzzing sound. Chapter 1831 Reincarnation Body. The reincarnation halberd trembled continuously and emitted light as if it was about to fly out of his hand. Moreover, the tip of the reincarnation halberd was pointing at Ouyang. Lu Ming was shocked. The reincarnation halberd had been in his hands for quite some time, but there had been no abnormality. However, since just now, the reincarnation halberd had been shaking non-stop even though it was in the mountain and river diagram. Seemed that it was because of Ouyang. Lu Ming did not have much time to think. He moved and appeared in front of Ouyang. A wave of energy surged out and pushed the 5 youths back. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our Ouyang imperial clan? The yellow-robed youth saw Lu Ming and was not afraid at all. He shouted loudly. You guys can go, I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. Hand over Ouyang and well leave. The yellow-robed teenager spoke. Lu Ming did not dare to make a move, thinking that Lu Ming was afraid of them. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. A cold killing intent emanated from him and gushed toward the 5 teenagers. Lu Ming had been through many battles in his life, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Being enveloped by Lu Ming's killing intent, the 5 youths shuddered and their faces turned pale. You wait. The yellow-robed young man's eyes flashed with fear. After leaving behind those harsh words, he left with his 4 other young men. Senior, thank you for your help. OuyangWushuang stepped forward and bowed to Lu Ming. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Why aren't they targeting you? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because they want to snatch my pill. This pill is my last hope. I can't let them snatch it away. OuyangWushuang's eyes shone with determination. You haven't awakened your bloodline, have you? Lu Ming sized up OuyangWushuang with a curious look on his face. In the Yuan continent, especially in a place like the ancient sun-sacred land, it was extremely rare to see a teenager who had not awakened his bloodline. No wonder the yellow-robed youth called OuyangWushuang trash. OuyangWushuang's eyes were filled with dejection, but it was only for a moment. His eyes became firm again as he clenched his fists and said, Senior, are you also looking down on me? Although I can't awaken my bloodline now, I firmly believe that I will awaken my bloodline in the future and become a martial arts master. I will definitely step on those who look down on me. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes shone with a strange light. He activated his secret skill and carefully sized up OuyangWushuang. The more he sized him up, the more surprised he became. I'm afraid you won't be able to awaken your bloodline even if you use that stabilizing pill. Lu Ming said. What? OuyangWushuang's body trembled as a look of despair appeared in his eyes. Then, his body trembled continuously as he clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his flesh and blood flowed out. Why? Why can't I awaken my bloodline? OuyangWushuang let out a low roar. But I can help you. Lu Ming continued. His words made OuyangWushuang's body tremble again. His eyes shone with a bright light. It was the light of hope. Then with a bang, OuyangWushuang knelt in front of Lu Ming and bowed Sepli/Master. Please accept this disciple's bow. Master? I didn't say I would take you as my disciple. Lu Ming touched his nose, feeling a little speechless. As long as you can help me awaken my bloodline, you will be my master. One OuyangWushuang said with determination. You don't have to be my disciple. I'll make a decision after I help you awaken your bloodline. If you meet the conditions, I can take you in as a disciple on behalf of another senior. Lu Ming said. Many thanks, Senior. OuyangWushuang replied. Follow me. Lu Ming walked toward his room with OuyangWushuang following him. Soon they arrived at Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming waved his hand and brought OuyangWushuang into the mountain and river diagram. They arrived at the top of a mountain. OuyangWushuang looked at him curiously. This is the treasure of the abode. Sit down cross-legged first, it'll help you awaken your bloodline. Lu Ming said. All right. OuyangWushuang nodded and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on OuyangWushuang's body continuously. Streams of saint energy surged into OuyangWushuang's body. Then, layers of saint energy wrapped around OuyangWushuang, stimulating the blood in his body and helping him to awaken the power of his blood. Buzz! Not long after, OuyangWushuang's spine began to emit a blood-red light. As time passed, the blood-red light became more and more intense. Finally, a black vortex appeared and floated above OuyangWushuang's head. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes burst out with a bright light as he stared at the vortex. Reincarnation. It really is the reincarnation bloodline and the reincarnation body. Lu Ming mumbled to himself in amazement. The bloodline that OuyangWushuang had awakened was the reincarnation bloodline. As he cultivated in the future, his body would transform into the reincarnation body. Once he broke through to the sage realm, he would be able to control the law of reincarnation. This was a rare heaven's favorite, one of the sons of God, the son of Samsara. Like Lu Xiangxiang, he was born with a living body and could control the laws of life in the future. The life law and the reincarnation law were both among the 10 strongest laws. Lu Ming had never expected to meet a son of God here. It was no wonder that the reincarnation halberd had been shaking non-stop. It was obvious that the reincarnation halberd had sensed OuyangWushuang's physique. I'm really lucky. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He had agreed to help the reincarnation emperor find an inheritor, and the son of reincarnation was the best inheritor. Bloodline. I've awakened my bloodline. I've finally awakened my bloodline. At this moment, OuyangWushuang felt the awakening of his bloodline and cried out in excitement. For so many years, no matter how hard he cultivated, he couldn't awaken his bloodline. He was called trash. He had once thought that he was a good-for-nothing, and if not for his strong willpower, he would have given up on the path of martial arts. Now that his bloodline had finally awakened, how could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? After a long while, OuyangWushuang finally calmed down. He knelt down in front of Lu Ming and said, "Disciple greets master. Your master is not me. I will pass on the inheritance of another person to you. That person is your master." Lu Ming said, "No, in my heart, I only recognize you as my master. You are the one who gave me the grace of rebirth, and no one can compare to this grace." OuyangWushuang's eyes were filled with determination. "Are you sure? That person is a great emperor expert," Lu Ming said. "The great emperor?" OuyangWushuang's eyes were filled with shock. The great emperor was the peak expert of the world. The heavenly emperor was only a legend. The great emperor was the peak. Lu Ming was going to pass on the legacy of a great emperor to him? But very quickly, his eyes became determined again. "In my heart, you are my master." Chapter 1832. Lu Ming's second true disciple. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. OuyangWushuang knew how to repay kindness. He had a good character and was to his liking. "All right, since you insist on taking me as your master, I'll take you in as my disciple." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The scion of samsara was a rare existence in the world. Since ancient times there had only been a handful of such prodigies." Lu Ming was also very tempted. He pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "However, I will still pass on the inheritance of that senior to you. You must also respect that senior as your master, understand?" Lu Ming said. "Master." OuyangWushuang was overjoyed. "I understand. Master. Get up." Lu Ming instructed and OuyangWushuang stood up obediently. "Before you, I've already taken in 2 unnamed disciples and 1 true disciple. In the future, you'll be ranked second among the true disciples. Do you understand?" Lu Ming continued. "Understood, master." OuyangWushuang said respectfully. Let's talk about you. Your surname is Ouyang, so you should be a member of the Divine Yuan Empire's royal family. Why did those people treat you like that?" Lu Ming asked. Since he had accepted OuyangWushuang as his disciple, he naturally had to understand his situation. "Master, although I'm member of the imperial family, I'm only a branch of the imperial family." Following that, OuyangWushuang began to explain. The Divine Origin Empire's Ouyang royal family had developed and multiplied for countless years, giving birth to countless branches. Their population was already so large that it was hard to imagine. OuyangWushuang was from one of the branches. However, a few years ago, his parents were killed by the Daoyuo Heaven sect while they were cultivating outside. Now, he was the only one left in his branch. In the past few years, he had relied on his identity as a descendant of the Ouyang family to obtain a job in the palace. Unfortunately, he had not been able to awaken his bloodline. After so many years of hard work, he had only reached the warrior realm. Furthermore, he was all alone, so he was often bullied by others. He had always been patient, hoping that one day he would awaken his bloodline and soar into the sky. At the same time, he would avenge his parents. This time, due to his hard work, the higher-ups had rewarded him with a stabilizing pill. He hoped to use this stabilizing pill to awaken his bloodline, but he was surrounded by the yellow-robed youth and the others, who wanted to snatch his stabilizing pill. The yellow-robed youth and the others were also from the Ouyang royal family. However, they were able to awaken their bloodline, so their cultivation was naturally far above OuyangWushuang's. Lu Ming nodded silently. Such things happen all the time in the entire Yuan continent. Wasn't he the same back then? Fortunately, Lu Ming had discovered him this time. Otherwise, an unparalleled genius would have been buried. In fact, this world had never lacked heaven's favorites. It just depended on whether they could be discovered. Since ancient times, there had been countless heaven's favorites who had been buried. Some physiques and geniuses had been outstanding since young and had displayed rare talents. Naturally, they would not be buried. They would be discovered by important people and focused on training. However, there were some physiques and bloodlines that were hidden and could not be developed without a strong support. For example, OuyangWushuang's reincarnation bloodline was hidden. Moreover, he was from a branch of the Ouyang imperial family, so no one paid attention to him. Others would think that he was a good-for-nothing. If he had not met Lu Ming this time and the reincarnation halberd had a reaction, Lu Ming would not have discovered him. If this continued, in a few more decades this peerless genius would be buried. Therefore, some powerful forces would send experts to travel the world in search of heaven's favorites. Back then, wasn't Qiu Yue discovered by the only divine temple's powerhouse in this way? In the future, if I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely find the Daoyuo heaven sect and avenge my parents. OuyangWushuang clenched his fists tightly. Then you have to cultivate well. I'll pass on an inheritance to you first. Sit tight, Lu Ming said. OuyangWushuang sat down immediately. Then, Lu Ming took out the world core of the reincarnation emperor and sealed it in OuyangWushuang's sea of consciousness with his powerful cultivation. OuyangWushuang's entire body immediately emitted a black light. A vortex spun non-stop above his head. It was as black as ink, as if it was leading to the abyss of hell. Buzz! Not long after, the vortex suddenly trembled and split into two. After a while, another vortex split out and became 3 vortexes. Every time the vortex split, OuyangWushuang's aura would increase. Just like that, a few hours later, a total of 6 vortexes appeared above OuyangWushuang's head. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes glistening. This was the true 6 paths reincarnation bloodline. Wushang's cultivation has already reached the martial king realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. OuyangWushuang had only just started to merge with the world core of the reincarnation emperor, but his cultivation had already increased explosively, reaching the martial king realm. After another 2 hours, OuyangWushuang finally opened his eyes. My cultivation. OuyangWushuang could feel the endless power in his body, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wushang, you've just fused with the world core, and your cultivation has skyrocketed. However, you can't lose yourself. During this time, you'll stay in my mountain and river diagram and familiarize yourself with your own power. Don't increase your cultivation for now, Lu Ming urged. It wasn't a good thing for his cultivation to rise too quickly. He had to stabilize his foundation. Yes, master. OuyangWushuang bowed and accepted the order. Okay, you should cultivate well. If you have any problems, you can find me at any time. Also, this reincarnation halberd is for you to use. Lu Ming took out the reincarnation halberd and handed it to OuyangWushuang. Naturally, OuyangWushuang was grateful. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to the path understanding ancient tree and quietly studied the chaotic finger of tribulation. Time passed day by day. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would go to the array world and watch OuyangWushuang train the army. The 30,000-strong army was divided into 2 groups. One group had 25,000 people to continue practicing the Sky Tiger roaring formation. The other 5,000 people were taken away by OuyangWushuang to practice the true dragon battle formation in secret. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month training period was up. On this day, Lu Ming, Huangling, Long Chan, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa all entered the world of formations. They and OuyangWushuang were standing on high ground, and below them was the army of 30,000. Let's go. Under OuyangWushuang's command, the 30,000-strong army set off and rolled into the distance. At the same time, 2 other armies from 2 different directions also headed toward the center of the formation world. Not long after, the 3 armies met in the center of the formation world. The 3 armies formed a triangle facing each other, and no one dared to make a move. To the left of Lu Ming's group was an army clad in purple armor. At a glance it looked like a purple ocean. It was the army led by the first prince OuyangWushuang. On their right was an army in silver armor. It was the army led by OuyangWushuang. 6th brother, 9th brother, you'd better surrender. The position of crown prince will be mine this time. You can't compete with me. An overbearing voice came from the purple army. Chapter 1833. Attacking the first prince's camp, OuyangWushuang. OuyangWushuang murmured. On the side, the heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa had a serious look in their eyes. The first prince, OuyangWushuang, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive, and he had the support of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. He was the most promising candidate for the crown prince position. Big brother, it's not the Ouyang family's style to surrender before the battle. If Big Brother wants to be the crown prince, then let us see if you have the strength to do so. OuyangWushuang's voice came from the Silver Army. Big Brother, if you want to become the crown prince and take control of the Shenyuan Empire, then show me your strength. OuyangWushuang also said. You're so stubborn. OuyangWudao's voice was very cold. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a purple robe, and was filled with dignity. OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang thought that they could compete with the first prince just because they had the support of the only divine temple and the Purple Flame Villa. What a joke! I will make them regret this. A cold-looking young man beside OuyangWushuang said. He was a heaven's favorite of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. He had a terrifying talent and was very famous in the ancient Sun sacred land. The three sides confronted each other, and no one made a move. All three sides had an army of 30,000, and their cultivations were all at the LV1 martial royal realm. Their strengths were almost the same, and no one had the confidence to fight the other two sides alone in a head-on battle. This meeting was just a test. After a while, the three forces retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the military camp. In the camp, OuyangWushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Longchan, Huangling, and the heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa gathered together to discuss a strategy. I think that the current plan is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We want move and defend the camp. When the first prince and the sixth prince fight and both sides are injured, we can clean up the mess and take the first round. Xiaomucheng, the leader of the Purple Flame Villa, said. Waiting for the other two sides to fight each other? Haha, what a joke. How can they be so stupid? I'm guessing they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two sides to fight so that they can reap the benefits. If this continues, it will only be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiaomucheng's face sank and he said, Oh? Then what do you think we should do? Take the initiative and attack. Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, taking the initiative to attack? What a joke. Lu Ming, although you're strong and I admire you, you're still a little weak when it comes to leading troops into battle. You just said that the other two parties are also waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits from the battle. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we will be helping the third party. You are contradicting yourself. Xiaomucheng sneered. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa also sneered. I want to break the stalemate. If it continues, no one knows how long it will last. I want to end it quickly and win the first round. That's the way to go. Lu Ming said. Win the first round? How to get it? I'm afraid that we'll be the first to be eliminated if we follow your method. Xiaomucheng sneered. Lu Ming casually glanced at Xiaomucheng and then ignored him. He looked at OuyangWushuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first, but we can't make it too obvious. We should send scouts to gather information first, and then attack in the dark. All right, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had come up with to curry favor with Lu Mingshang. Of course he could not say it out now. If it were to spread, their plan would be ruined. Ninth prince, you can't do this. You'll definitely lose. Xiaomucheng's expression changed drastically as he shouted, hoping to stop OuyangWushuang. That's right. You can't do this. You're seeking your own destruction. Ninth prince, please reconsider. The other heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa also chimed in. Don't worry, everyone. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me, he said. OuyangWushuang waved his hand. Ninth prince, if you lose in the first round, the rest will be difficult. Ninth prince, you have to think this through. Xiaomucheng said with a sullen face. This prince's mind is set. OuyangWushuang said. Since that's the case, we won't say anything more. It seems like the crown prince's position will fall into the hands of the first and sixth prince. Xiaomucheng sighed. From the looks of it, they were definitely going to lose. OuyangWushuang did not say much and immediately sent out scouts to find out about OuyangWudao's army. For the next few days, news about OuyangWudao kept coming in. For the past few days, OuyangWudao and OuyangWuji's army had been stationed in the military camp without any unusual movements. In OuyangWudao's tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First Prince, the 9th Prince has been sending scouts around the area to find out more about us. I'm afraid they're going to take action soon. One of them reported to OuyangWudao. I think the 9th Prince is trying to ambush us. A sovereign of the Daoyuo Heaven sect said. Sneak attack us? Haha, then let's beat him at his own game. 9th brother. You're still too impulsive, haha. OuyangWudao burst out laughing. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a stalemate for 7 days. On the night of the 7th day, OuyangWushuang sent a trusted aide to lead an army of 25,000 to OuyangWudao's camp. In the dead of the night, OuyangWushuang's army arrived not far from the first prince's camp. From afar it seemed very peaceful. Some people were resting while others were patrolling. Charge! The commander was one of OuyangWushuang's trusted men, called Luan Fei. With a wave of his hand, the army charged towards the first prince's camp at full speed. Not good enemy attack. And NBSP those patrolling noticed the army and their expressions changed as they shouted. Kill, kill! Luan Fei roared and charged forward with his army. Those patrolling guards were killed and turned into rays of light, disappearing from this place. In the array world, once you were killed, you would leave this place. Before the end of this competition, you could not enter this place a second time. Charge in! Luan Fei roared as he led his army into the first prince's camp. Terrifying attacks converged together and exploded toward the tents. If there was anyone in the tent, they would have been blown to pieces. Boom! Boom! The tent exploded, but there was no one inside. Not good, we've been tricked. Retreat! Frenzied Flight's expression changed as he roared. It's too late to find out now. Kill! The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Whoosh! 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 From the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward OuyangWushuang's army. At the same time, countless attacks exploded down from the sky, blasting towards the army. Instantly, screams rang out as large swaths of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people had been killed. Kill! From all directions there were figures and all kinds of terrifying attacks poured towards them. They were like living targets. Chapter 1834 Betting on himself, set up the formation, set up the formation. Luan Fei roared and gathered his troops, wanting to form the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. Stop them! OuyangWudao's voice rang out again. Roar! Roar! Shocking roars rang out as OuyangWudao's army also formed into a formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on OuyangWushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rolled and a huge black turtle appeared. With one palm, a large number of people were slapped away. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. From the front and back, roars could be heard as an azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. For symbols formation, Frenzied Sword's face turned pale. The four symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When a great army joined forces, they would form the four symbols of heaven and earth. When they gathered together, their power would be extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the Heavenly Tiger Sky Roaring Formation. When the four divisions appeared, they completely separated OuyangWushuang's army. They were cut into pieces and it was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation. An NBSP Sky Tiger roar. Flying chaos roared as the separated army set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Instantly, Sky Tigers appeared, and there were more than 10 of them. However, the army had been split up, each fighting their own battles. The Heavenly Tiger Heaven Roaring formation that had been set up was much weaker, and was completely suppressed by the four symbols formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down. A Heaven Tiger was crushed. The soldiers who formed the Heaven Tiger formation screamed one after another. Many of them were killed and turned into light before disappearing. Even more people were injured, but the formation had been broken, so it was even more difficult to stop it. The phoenix opened its mouth and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the white tiger were also doing the same. They were completely crushing and continuously harvesting lives. For a time, dense light shot into the sky, extremely bright. Damn it! Frenzied Flight roared and brought his men to charge forward. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were blocked in all directions and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000-man army had been completely annihilated, and it was the same for Frenzied Flight, who turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other hand, OuyangWushuang's army had only lost less than 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, OuyangWushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many people did you kill? OuyangWushuang asked. More than 25,000. Haha, good. Even if ninth brother isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. He can only be an audience for this round. OuyangWushuang laughed heartily. There would definitely be experts from the Xinyuan Empire paying attention to the formation world. In this battle, he had annihilated OuyangWushuang's 25,000 troops and held the initiative. Even if they did not fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. However, he wasn't going to let this stalemate continue. He was OuyangWushuang and he wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to use a crushing method to obtain the position of crown prince and shock the entire Xinyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize. Then we will set off and take down OuyangWushuang's camp. OuyangWushuang ordered. The powerhouses who were paying attention to this place would definitely give them a score. The greater the advantage they had, the higher the score would be. However, he did not notice that two figures were watching them from a distance. They were Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, OuyangWushuang will definitely send his army to occupy our camp. Let's go back and retreat, Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. OuyangWushuang nodded and the two of them left. As soon as they returned to the camp, OuyangWushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the camp. They headed to the edge of the camp. There was a valley there that was very well hidden. If the 5,000 soldiers entered, they would not be discovered without careful inspection. In a temporary cave abode in the valley, OuyangWushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered together again to discuss the military situation. I told you that plan wouldn't work, but the ninth prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have all been wiped out. We're going to lose this battle. Xiaomucheng sneered in disdain. That's right. We had good intentions, but the ninth prince refused to listen and used Lu Ming's plan instead. Now that he has suffered a crushing defeat, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Our strength is almost the same. If we win this round, we will have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, we will have almost no chance of winning with the help of the talents of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The paragons of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not even the end yet, and you're already so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at them and spoke indifferently. There are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other two sides? And we even lost our barracks. If nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely be last in this round. Xiaomucheng sneered. Oh, since that's the case, why don't we have a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How to bet? What are we betting on? Xiaomucheng's eyes flashed as he asked. I bet that we will win this round. If I lose, I will become your subordinate and listen to your orders. How about it? Lu Ming said. These words made the others reveal shocked expressions. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The eyes of the Purple Flame Villa's paragons were filled with a fiery light. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He could control the laws of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he were to grow up in the future, he would definitely become a terrifying expert. If such a person were to listen to them, it would be an irresistible temptation. Alright, we agree. Xiaomucheng directly agreed. Don't agree so quickly. I haven't told you the conditions for your loss. If you lose, you have to obey me. At the very least, for the next 50 years you have to obey me unconditionally. What do you think? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiaomucheng said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we have to listen to each other. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa flickered. Finally, they reached a consensus and nodded to each other. All right, we agree, OuyangWushuang said. They really could not think of any other way to win this round. From the current situation, they were definitely going to lose. They could not be a match for OuyangWushuang and OuyangWuji. If he could get Lu Ming's loyalty, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the people of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were all very strong. Each of them had a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body. They had profound potential and would not be weak in the future. Most importantly, if he could get these geniuses to work for him, it would be the same as having the Purple Flame Villa in his hands. Chapter 1835 Strategizing. Alright, let's analyze the military situation now. After taking the blood oath, Lu Ming no longer paid attention to the people of the Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. At the three corners of the map, there were 3 dots of light, representing the military camps of 3 parties. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that it won't be long before OuyangWushuang sends his army to occupy our camp. This way, OuyangWushuang will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, OuyangWushuang will still obtain victory. However, this is not what OuyangWuji wants to see. If he wants to fight against OuyangWushuang, he has to achieve a certain level of success. Therefore, OuyangWuji will not give up on our military camp. If he can obtain one, he will definitely get a high score. Lu Ming explained and everyone listened carefully. However, with OuyangWushuang's overbearing character, how could he hand over the fat meat that's already in his mouth? Now that we're no longer a threat to him, we're just struggling at death's door in their eyes. Therefore, in the end, they'll definitely launch a decisive battle in our camp. We'll then be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. When they're both injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the complete plan. The previous sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to make the other 2 sides let down their guard against them. This way, the other 2 sides would have a chance to fight. All of this is just your conjecture. Your conjecture is perfect, but the truth is cruel. OuyangWushuang sneered. Oh really? Let's just watch the show. 9th Prince, just send out scouts to keep an eye on the situation outside. Lu Ming said. Alright. OuyangWushuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Indeed, not long after, OuyangWushuang led his army and occupied their camp. 9th brother ran pretty fast, but there are only a few thousand people left. There's no need to worry. They're just struggling on their last breaths. In the military camp, OuyangWushuang said in disdain. The news of the battle between OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang had also reached OuyangWuji. In OuyangWuji's military camp, everyone was also in a meeting. OuyangWushuang is really stupid. He actually attacked OuyangWushuang and was annihilated instead. This way, OuyangWushuang gained the upper hand. How hateful. OuyangWuji said unhappily. 6th Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Now, OuyangWushuang only has a few thousand people left. He abandoned the camp and fled, struggling on his last breath. He will definitely be the last one. There's no need to worry. And now, OuyangWushuang has taken over OuyangWushuang's military camp with the battle merits of annihilating his 25,000-strong army. If this continues, the first place will definitely be his. Therefore, we can't give up on OuyangWushuang's military camp. As long as we can seize that military camp, we'll be able to compete with OuyangWushuang in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to defeat OuyangWushuang and obtain first place. OuyangWuji said. That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out our army and attack OuyangWushuang's camp in one fell swoop. The only heaven's favorite from the temple nodded. Immediately, OuyangWuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand people to guard the camp. The rest of the army headed toward OuyangWushuang's camp. Not long after, OuyangWuji's army arrived near the camp. Thump! Boom! The sound of war drums reverberated in the military camp. Following that, a purple-colored army appeared in the air. The person in the lead was OuyangWushuang. "Sixth brother, I knew you would come." OuyangWushuang spoke. "Oh really? It's a pity that you're only a small part of this army. As long as I can annihilate you and take this army, the final victory will be mine." OuyangWushuang sneered as his eyes glowed with a fiery light. "Is that so?" OuyangWushuang's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, the war drum sounded again. Roar! Roar! A roar came from behind OuyangWushuang's army. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the sky. Behind OuyangWushuang, the army had set up a formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. "For symbols formation, you've called everyone here." OuyangWushuang's expression changed. "That's right, I'll annihilate all of your people here. Kill." OuyangWushuang ordered. "Set up the formation." OuyangWushuang also gave the order. Immediately, OuyangWushuang's army set up a formation and a huge mantis appeared. This was the mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the mantis were like two heavenly blades, extremely sharp. Kill! Kill! The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced towards the huge mantis. The huge mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The five giant beasts kept colliding with each other. Although the four symbols battle formation was powerful, it separated the number of people. OuyangWushuang's formation, which consisted of nearly 30,000 people, was extremely powerful. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat each other. Now, OuyangWushuang was not a cause for concern. As long as they could defeat the other, they would gain the upper hand and obtain the first place. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Even in the middle of the battle, people were constantly dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this time, in a hidden valley, 5,000 soldiers had gathered and were ready to set out. Meanwhile, the scouts kept sending back news. Report. The first prince has already taken over our military camp. Report. The sixth prince has sent an army to attack our camp. Report. The sixth prince and the first prince have started fighting. The battle is brutal. As more and more news came, the faces of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa became uglier and uglier. It was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Humph, even if the first prince and the sixth prince attack each other and injure each other, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the power to deal with them. Xiao Muching said with a sullen face. Even if Lu Ming's speculation was correct, so what? In the end, they still had to rely on their true abilities. There were only 5,000 of them. It would be difficult to finish the battle. We'll know the results soon, so what's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. Such an expression gave the proud sons of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident that there was something that they did not know? OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang's battle was getting more and more intense. Their eyes were bloodshot as they continued to kill each other's soldiers. The number of people on both sides was about the same. OuyangWushuang had lost about 2,000 people previously, while OuyangWushuang had left a portion of his men in the main camp. However, OuyangWushuang's four symbols formation was indeed stronger. He slowly gained the upper hand. However, even though he gained the upper hand, he could not completely suppress them. The losses on both sides were increasing. Chapter 1836 Victory. The intense battle between the two sides continued for half an hour. OuyangWushuang's side was gradually losing, and the number of people he killed was increasing. He was starting to be suppressed by OuyangWushuang. In the end, the battle formations of both sides collapsed and turned into a chaotic battle. However, OuyangWushuang had the advantage in numbers and still had the upper hand. Kill! Suddenly, a battle cry came from behind. Thousands of soldiers in silver armor charged over. They were the thousands of people that OuyangWushuang had left behind to guard the military camp. Since the start of the battle, he had deployed these thousands of people over. With the addition of thousands of fresh troops, OuyangWushuang managed to turn the tables. Both sides once again entered a heated battle. On the battlefield, rays of light continuously shot up into the sky, creating a gorgeous and colorful scene. The number of people on both sides was getting smaller and smaller. Slowly, the number of people on both sides dropped below 10,000, then to 8,000, then to 7,000. When the number dropped to 5 to 6,000, the two sides finally stopped fighting. They slowly retreated and faced each other from a distance. Sixth brother. I won the first round. OuyangWushuang spoke. In the first round, he had secured first place with his battle achievements. OuyangWushuang was a little unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against OuyangWushuang in this round. However, he could at least obtain second place. Although he was left with 5 to 6,000 men, he had killed a large number of OuyangWushuang's soldiers and his battle merits were far above OuyangWushuang's. If he got second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds as long as he grasped the opportunity. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from behind OuyangWushuang's army, shaking the sky. OuyangWushuang turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing toward them. OuyangWushuang, humph! He wants to take advantage of us and turn the tables. Big brother, why don't we join hands and completely destroy his hope? OuyangWushuang sneered. Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, I'll completely destroy him. OuyangWushuang coldly replied. He and OuyangWushuang each had 5 to 6,000 men. Adding them together, they had more than 10,000 men. They could easily annihilate OuyangWushuang's few thousand men. Thump! Thump! OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang's army charged toward OuyangWushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, OuyangWushuang gave the order. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A huge true dragon was formed in OuyangWushuang's army. This true dragon was blood-red and full of cold killing intent. The true dragon was the first to charge toward OuyangWushuang's army. If you want to attack me, I'll block you and surround you with OuyangWushuang. We'll annihilate you in an instant. OuyangWushuang laughed coldly. His army also formed a battle formation, and a mantis appeared. The blood-red true dragon and the mantis collided fiercely. However, the result shocked OuyangWushuang. This was because the result of the collision was that the mantis formation on his side collapsed. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How did this happen? OuyangWushuang roared in disbelief. How could the enemy's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle formation has always been powerful, and the other party has just experienced a bitter battle. Their true energy is not enough and they are exhausted. Their combat power is less than half of their peak, so how can they fight against the true dragon battle formation? In the army, Lu Ming sneered. If the other party was at their peak and had about the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle formation was, they would not be able to crush them. But now, the other party's exhausted army was completely crushed. The dragon's roars continued to ring out as the blood-red true dragon's claw struck out continuously. Large groups of OuyangWushuang's army were annihilated, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, OuyangWushuang's army had also arrived. Roar! The blood-red true dragon changed its direction and charged toward OuyangWushuang's army. OuyangWushuang's army was also exhausted. Similar to OuyangWushuang, after being attacked by the blood-red true dragon, their battle formation was also on the verge of collapse. Not good retreat. OuyangWushuang roared. Kill! How could OuyangWushuang let go of this opportunity? He led his army into a formation and charged into OuyangWushuang's group. Every time the huge true dragon body attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. OuyangWushuang, come and help! OuyangWushuang roared. Retreat, retreat! At this moment, OuyangWushuang couldn't care about OuyangWushuang. He gathered the remnants of his troops and quickly retreated. Damn it! We've been tricked! OuyangWushuang howled. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? OuyangWushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation. However, the 20,000 troops from before did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Sky formation. From the beginning to the end, this had been a trap. The purpose was to make him and OuyangWushuang fight each other. What a terrifying scheme. But at this time, he was already powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time. He led his army to slaughter OuyangWushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time he was the one being slaughtered. OuyangWushuang, I'll be waiting for you in the last 2 rounds. The crown prince's position is mine. OuyangWushuang roared as he was grabbed by the blood-red dragon claw. His body exploded, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared. Along with OuyangWushuang's death, OuyangWushuang's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill OuyangWuji. OuyangWushuang shouted, and the army chased after OuyangWuji's army. OuyangWuji led his army and fled in a sorry state. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape in the end. Lu Ming and the rest caught up to them and annihilated them. In the end, OuyangWushuang's army was left with only 3,000 people. However, they had won and annihilated the other two sides. Without a doubt, the winner of this battle was OuyangWushuang. How did this happen? The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa turned pale. Although OuyangWushuang had won, their hearts had fallen to the bottom. They had lost the bet. From then on, they had to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had made a blood oath, and if they didn't obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons in the future. It would be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation, and they might even go into Qi deviation. You've lost. Do you understand what to do now? Lu Ming's gaze fell on the paragons of the Purple Flame Villa. The paragon from the Purple Flame Villa had an ugly look on his face. His expression changed, but he did not dare to break his oath. He lowered his proud head and saluted Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang had secretly trained another group of troops and used other battle formations. It was no wonder that OuyangWushuang had been following Lu Ming's orders. This was clearly a trap for them to jump into, but they just jumped in. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I'll bear with it for now. After 50 years, I'll kill this Lu Ming to vent my anger. Xiao Muqing comforted himself in his heart. The other Heaven's favorites of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the array world. As expected, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of the assessment. OuyangWushuang was first, OuyangWudao was second, and OuyangWuji was third. Chapter 1837. The second round, OuyangWushuang had annihilated the other two forces, so he naturally won the first place. OuyangWudao had the battle points from killing over 20,000 of OuyangWushuang's men, and the battle points from his battle with OuyangWuji. He was ranked second, and OuyangWuji was naturally ranked last. After the rankings were announced, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In OuyangWudao's mansion, he smacked his palm heavily and a stone table was turned into ashes. This time he had only gotten second place. His original goal was to get first place in all 3 rounds and win the Crown Prince position with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, First Prince. The second and third rounds will be based on battle prowess. We'll definitely help the First Prince obtain 2 victories in a row, and the position of Crown Prince will be yours. A genius of the Daoyuo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading an army and fighting. They could not display their advantage in combat strength. However, in the next 2 rounds they would definitely take first place. It'll make OuyangWushuang pay for the next 2 rounds. OuyangWudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, OuyangWuji's angry roar could be heard from his mansion. OuyangWushuang, I will make you pay the price. OuyangWuji roared. In the first round he had gotten 3rd place. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Unless he got first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope if he did not get first place even once. 6th Prince, don't worry. The only sacred hall will definitely help you get first place. The Soul Divine Temple's chosen Yu Kuang spoke. However, OuyangWuji's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. It was not easy to get the first place since the First Prince had the help of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. However, OuyangWushuang's mansion was in a celebratory mood. OuyangWushuang had taken the first place in the first round and occupied an advantageous position. As long as he won the first place in the next 2 rounds, the position of Crown Prince would belong to OuyangWushuang. As for the people from OuyangWushuang's mansion, they were naturally happy that they could rise to the top. As for Lu Ming, he entered the mountain and river diagram immediately after he returned. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh. In the void of the mountain and river diagram, a figure was dancing. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, erupting with terrible power, as if everything could escape into samsara. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared. and a figure emerged. Master. OuyangWushuang appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the martial king realm. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had OuyangWushuang consolidated his cultivation, but he had also advanced to the peak of the martial king realm. This speed was simply shocking, even faster than Lu Xiangxiang. Of course, this was because OuyangWushuang had obtained the heart of the world from the reincarnation emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his speed would slowly slow down, but it would definitely not be slow. Of course, this was also due to OuyangWushuang's own hard work. Previously, he was called trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally worked hard in cultivation. Alright, your cultivation has stabilized. Go out for a walk, Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought OuyangWushuang out of the mountain and river diagram. However, he secretly left a mark in OuyangWushuang's body. Many thanks, master. OuyangWushuang bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was going to take revenge on those who had humiliated him in the past. If there is kindness, there will be kindness. If there is hatred, there will be hatred. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that OuyangWushuang was going to find trouble with the person who had humiliated him in the past. Hence he had let OuyangWushuang go on purpose. Martial artists were particular about having a clear mind. After being bullied, they naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if their minds were not clear, it would leave a knot in their hearts. And how could they cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating quietly. OuyangWushuang only returned in the evening. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he had a feeling of exultation. You finished your business? Lu Ming asked. Yes, it's done. But I only taught them a lesson and didn't kill them. OuyangWushuang replied. They don't deserve to die. Just teach them a lesson. You should go into the mountain and river diagram and cultivate. After a while, when I'm done here, I'll take you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and kept OuyangWushuang back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of the assessment. One day, OuyangWushuang brought Lu Ming, the dragon and the phoenix spirits, and the paragons of the purple flame villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people appeared in the air. The person in the lead had a burly figure and a domineering gaze. He was the first prince, OuyangWushuang. Beside him, there were more than a dozen heaven's favorites. Each of them had a strong qi and blood. They were all heaven's favorites. Most of them were the talents of the Daoyuo heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But I'll be the first in the next 2 rounds. OuyangWushuang spoke in an overbearing and confident manner. Big brother. Let's see who wins and who loses with our hands. OuyangWushuang said indifferently. Ninth prince, just these people from the purple flame villa? Where does your confidence come from? A white-robed young man beside the first prince spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. Baimu. The purple flame villa's Xiaomucheng and the others had ugly expressions, but when they looked at this white-clothed youth, their eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, another group of people appeared in the air. It was OuyangWushuang and the only divine temple, as well as Mo Lang and the Golden Crow second prince. OuyangWushuang's face was gloomy. He glanced at OuyangWushuang but didn't say anything. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming saw Qiu Yue in the crowd. Qiu Yue seemed to have regained her calmness. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently, her eyes cold. What's wrong with Qiu Yue? Did you really lose your memory? Lu Ming could not understand. He planned to go to the Soul Divine Temple after OuyangWushuang's matter was over. He wanted to find out what had happened to Qiu Yue. At this time, a few elders stepped through the air and stood high in the sky. Greetings, clan elder. OuyangWushuang, OuyangWushuang, and OuyangWushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The elders of the Xinyuan Empire were definitely martial supremes. One of the old men waved his hand, and a warship appeared in the sky. It was extremely huge and covered a large shadow. Get on the warship. The second round of assessment isn't in the ancient Sun Sacred Land. An old man said. Not in the ancient Sun Sacred Land? An NBSP, many people were moved. The second round of the exam wasn't held in the ancient Sun Sacred Land. Where was it? Without thinking too much, everyone boarded the warship. Then the warship broke through the sky and left. The speed of the warship controlled by a martial emperor expert was too shocking. In an instant it had traveled 10,000 miles. Not long after, it had left the ancient sun's sacred land and headed north. Are we going to the land of myriad demons from this direction? OuyangWushuang's expression changed slightly. Oh. Chapter 1838. Killing their way into the Blood Soul Sect. Ancient Moon Holy Land and Ancient Sun Holy Land were located at the edge of Yuan Mountain, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. Ancient Moon Holy Land was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the Endless Sea. The Ancient Yang Sacred Land was close to the north, and if one kept going up, they would reach the Land of 10,000 Demons, one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. The Land of Myriad Demons was a holy land for demonic cultivators. It was filled with countless demonic cultivators, and there were even ancient demon clans. Its overall strength was even stronger than the Yuan Mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demonic qi began to appear in the world. This place was already at the border between the Yuan Mountain and the Land of Myriad Devils. At this moment the warship stopped. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, they didn't enter the Land of Myriad Demons. There were countless demonic cultivators in the Land of Infinite Demons, and there were even ancient demons. They were very powerful. If they went in, they would be in great danger. If they met those ancient demons, they would be killed immediately. There's a sect up ahead called the Blood Soul Sect. Their cultivation methods are brutal, and they secretly use the blood and souls of ordinary people to cultivate. Countless ordinary people have died at their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest are the absolute saints in the Great Perfection realm. There are also some experts in the Initial Perfection realm. Previously, we had Emperor-ranked experts who secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to obtain these marks, regardless of the method you use. An old man explained. With a wave of his hand, crystal balls appeared in the air. Then these crystal balls flew towards everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you're within 1,000 meters, you'll be able to sense the existence of the mark. Moreover, as long as you kill the person with the mark, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the mark. Remember, only the person who kills the person can obtain the mark. Whoever kills the person will obtain it. In the end, whoever obtains the most marks will win. The old man continued to explain. A total of 12 marks. Everyone's heart moved. There were a total of 12 of them. Each of them was extremely precious and could decide the outcome of the battle. Now you can set off no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is only in the absolute saint realm. Let's kill our way in. Let's go. A ferocious look flashed in OuyangWushuang's eyes. He flew into the Blood Soul Sect's gate first, followed by the elites of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Who is it? OuyangWushuang and the others charged over and were naturally discovered. Someone immediately shouted. The person who killed you, die. OuyangWushuang shouted and punched out. The people in front of him were killed instantly. OuyangWushuang and the elites of the Daoyuo Heaven sect rushed into the Blood Soul Sect like a sharp knife. They directly charged in. OuyangWushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly and use the crystal ball to sense the imprints. Then they would secretly snatch the imprints. However, after OuyangWushuang's actions, it was no longer possible to sneak in secretly. Well, charge in from the other side, Lu Ming said. Then they headed to the right and charged out from the other side of the Blood Soul Sect. OuyangWushuang led his men and charged from the left. Now he had no idea who had the mark on them, so he could only try his luck. Mount Shuahun had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a wide area and had tens of thousands of disciples. But at this moment the entire Blood Soul Sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul Sect. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh. Figures rose into the air from the dozen mountains of the Blood Soul Sect and flew in all directions. There are enemies here. Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Instantly, a large number of figures rushed toward them, and all kinds of terrifying attacks flooded toward them. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The most powerful ones were only great saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the rest rushed past and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant they had killed more than 100 people. They didn't stop as they charged into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. No one could stop them. At this moment, everyone noticed that their crystal balls were flashing with light. There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was overjoyed. Over there. Someone pointed ahead. Not far away there was a group of people. One of them was a burly man with a faintly discernible mark on his body. This mark would only appear when he sensed the crystal ball. Normally it couldn't be seen. Kill them! The burly man roared. A group of people charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were in the Great Saint realm, and the burly man was in the Great Saint Perfection realm. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 holy weapons flew out and turned into a bright light, attacking the other party. The holy weapon killed the experts of the Blood Soul sect wherever it passed. How can he be so strong? Retreat! The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He swung his absolute saint weapon, and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. Ninth Prince, I'll let you kill this person, Lu Ming said. Although it was the same for whoever obtained the imprint, if OuyangWushuang obtained it, his weight would undoubtedly be greater. In the eyes of the Divine Yuan Empire's elders, OuyangWushuang would have a better impression of him. Therefore, he would let OuyangWushuang kill those that he could kill. Boom! OuyangWushuang took a step forward and threw out a palm. The sky and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm power broke through all the attacks and defenses of his opponent. The burly man's body was torn into pieces before he could even scream. OuyangWushuang's talent and combat strength were absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the identity of Hunyuan sect's silver inheritor. As soon as the burly man died, a mark flew out and into OuyangWushuang's crystal ball. The first mark was a good start. Then the group continued to charge toward the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. When Lu Ming and the group rushed past a mountain peak, the crystal ball reacted again. Another mark has appeared. It's that old man. Someone shouted. He saw a thin old man with a mark on his body. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the group. His body plunged into the ground and disappeared. Not good, he's trying to escape underground. Someone's expression changed. Leave it to me. Lu Ming's body also rushed to the ground. The law of chaos had transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out from the ground again. There was an additional mark in the crystal ball in his hand. After that, everyone continued on their way. They had no idea who had the marks on their bodies. These marks had been planted by a martial emperor powerhouse at will. It could be someone with a strong or weak cultivation base. Therefore, they could only find them by constantly searching. Chapter 1839. Fighting for the seal. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on his body. The moment this young man discovered Lu Ming and the rest, he did not fight at all. He turned and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. With a single move, he turned into a bloody shadow and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Kill! OuyangWushuang, Long Chan, and the Heaven's favorites from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. Their terrifying attacks covered the area in front of them, and the blood shadows cast by the young man were all shattered. The young man turned pale with fright and fled frantically. However, how could his speed be compared to Lu Ming and the rest? He would be chased down very soon. Boom! Suddenly a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and rumbled toward the crowd. Absolute Saint, leave it to me. A supreme saint in the great circle of the Purple Flame Villa rushed into the sky. His hand was covered in flames, and it seemed like he was holding a huge meteorite. He smashed it toward the bloody handprint. With a violent boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. In the sky, an old man in a blood-red robe appeared. He looked at the proud son of heaven of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A person in the great circle of the Great Saint realm could actually exchange blows with him. His combat strength was shocking. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my Blood Soul sect? The blood-robed elder said in a deep voice. You've committed too many evil deeds. Everyone has the right to punish you. Today is the day of your death. The other supreme talents from the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. They all had terrifying flames around them as they attacked the Absolute Saint. This Absolute Saint was at a complete disadvantage and was in danger. These geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa all had medium-grade heaven spiritual bodies. Once they reached the perfected Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary lower-tier Absolute Saint. Moreover, it was a joint effort of several people. As for Lu Ming, OuyangWushuang and the others, they charged toward the young man. Without a doubt, the young man was killed by OuyangWushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. The Absolute Saint was also killed by the Purple Flame Villa elites. Then they continued to search, but they seemed to have run out of luck. They crossed a few mountains and killed a few Absolute Saints along the way, but they didn't find the 4th mark. Brother Lu Ming, there's someone over there. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. The small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. He could not sense any life aura thither. However, Bubbles controlled the space-time laws and could travel through space. It should not be wrong to sense someone. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a force of his fist was directed at the small hill. The small hill immediately exploded. In the midst of the smoke and dust, he saw an old man flying into the distance in a panic. An Absolute Saint. He has a mark on his body. Someone shouted. Don't let him get away. Lu Ming was the first to give chase. The rest of the people also chased after the elder. As he chased, all kinds of attacks poured towards the old man. Although the elder was an Absolute Saint, he was no match for so many people. He spat out blood and ran like crazy. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front of him were OuyangWushuang and the heaven's favorites he brought with him. This person has a mark on his body. Kill him. OuyangWushuang also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He immediately roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Not good. OuyangWushuang and the others are going to fight with us for it. One of the Purple Flame Villa's heaven's favorites had an ugly expression on his face. Bubbles, stop them. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Leave it to me. Pow Pow flew out. With a wave of her little hands, ripples appeared in the space. OuyangWushuang and the others were flying at high speed, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it, spatial laws, break for me. OuyangWushuang roared as he unleashed terrifying attacks that blasted the space in front of him. However, this space also contained the law of time. Their attacks could only shake the space but could not break it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, the 9th prince, and the others charged toward the elder at the Absolute Saint stage. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger out. A terrifying finger condensed and crushed towards the other party. And envious, the elder's body exuded a pitch-black aura that converged into an evil ghost that pounced at the primal chaos tribulation finger. But the finger crushed the evil ghost and forced it to retreat. Chaotic heaven and earth. OuyangWushuang arrived and struck out with both palms. Everything became chaotic as the terrifying palm force blasted towards the old man. They did not show any mercy. The entire blood soul sect cultivated with the blood soul of ordinary people. Countless people had died at their hands. They were extremely vicious and deserved to be killed. OuyangWushuang's palm force almost tore his opponent's body apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. What powerful combat strength! He has a superior grade heavenly spiritual body and one of the King Path laws. The law of chaos. Lu Ming's heart stirred. OuyangWushuang's cultivation base was at the peak of the Great Saint realm, but his combat strength was amazing. His spiritual body was a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he also controlled the King Path law. He was indeed worthy of being the silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. None of them were simple. Damn it! Hurry up and attack, hurry! On the other side, OuyangWushuang shouted. If the old man was killed by OuyangWushuang or Lu Ming, they would not have a share. I seal! A delicate shout rang out, and a terrifying chill filled the air, as if it was going to seal everything in ice. It was Qiu Yue. At this moment, Qiu Yue seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress, and there was a curved blade in her hand that emitted a terrifying coldness. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into pieces of ice crystals that were about to break. Brother Lu Ming, all the best. I can't hold on any longer, Chirpy. Peoba cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts by herself. Chaos finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger again. He used almost all his strength. The other party tried his best to resist, but as the finger force crushed over, the other party still spat out a large mouthful of blood. The bones in his body crackled, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. Then the attacks from OuyangWushuang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many heaven's favorites, the other party couldn't resist at all. With a scream, he was turned into ashes by the attacks. A mark flew out and entered OuyangWushuang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubble retreat. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then Bubbles moved and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. OuyangWushuang, you're courting death. OuyangWuji roared as his eyes turned red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each of them was very precious. Now he had to watch OuyangWushuang get one. He was furious. Let's go. OuyangWushuang shouted and led everyone away. Chapter 1840. The key mark. This round's main objective was to find the imprints and obtain them. Since the imprints were already obtained by the other party, even if they killed the other party, they would not be able to take them back. Hence, there was no need to fight OuyangWuji head-on. OuyangWushuang and Lu Ming. OuyangWuji's expression was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming, and blocked them with the space law. Otherwise, OuyangWushuang might not have been able to obtain the mark. I just saw that OuyangWushuang already has 3 marks. Lu Ming also has 1. Yushu walked to OuyangWuji's side and said. This made OuyangWuji's expression even uglier. OuyangWushuang and the others had already obtained 4 marks. 12 marks took up 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 marks. If they had obtained the previous one, they might have been able to fight for it. But now it was difficult. If he lost again in this round, he would have no fate with the position of Crown Prince. I wonder how many imprints OuyangWudao has obtained? Someone said. Let's continue our search. Let's go. OuyangWuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they really did run into a person with a mark. His cultivation was at the lower tier of the absolute saint realm, but he was quickly severely injured by their combined forces. Don't kill him yet, just cripple his cultivation. OuyangWuji said before crippling his cultivation. Why not? Someone asked. Let's keep it first. We'll make a decision later based on the situation. OuyangWuji's eyes flashed coldly as he kept the man into his Grotto Heaven treasure. Although Grotto Heaven treasures were precious, geniuses like them who came from powerful forces naturally had no lack of them. After keeping it, they continued their search. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were also looking for it. However, after obtaining the 4th mark, they did not encounter anyone with a mark after going around in a big circle. There were a total of 12 of them, and as time passed, they would surely become fewer and fewer. It would also become more and more difficult to encounter them. Don't tell me there's no more. Someone said. No, if all 12 marks were obtained, the clan elder would definitely remind us and not let us continue searching like this. OuyangWushuang said. Then, everyone continued their search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed, and those with weaker cultivation were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. The Blood Soul sect's strength, if placed in the Azure continent, was stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Azure continent. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xinyuan Empire. This was how the world of martial Tao worked. The strong lived and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks. They did everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom! Boom! Suddenly a violent boom came from the front, and terrifying beams of light shot into the sky. Someone was fighting. Let's go take a look. OuyangWushuang sent a message to everyone. Then, everyone concealed their aura and moved forward. They climbed up a huge mountain and hid behind a huge rock as they looked forward. In front of them, a group of people were attacking a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the absolute saint realm. This was the first time they'd encountered a late-stage absolute saint in the Blood Soul sect. The ones attacking him were the first prince, OuyangWushuang, and the heaven's favorites who helped him. A total of more than 10 heaven's favorites surrounded the middle-aged man. Among them, OuyangWushuang and a white-robed young man were the strongest. The two of them were the main attackers while the others supported them. OuyangWushuang and the white-robed youth are both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart stirred. OuyangWushuang and the white-robed young man, Bai Mu, were both upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. Although the laws they controlled were not the King Path laws, they were still extremely powerful laws. Their combat strength was shocking. The two of them joined forces and fought against the middle-aged man. With the help of the other heaven's favorites, the middle-aged man was no match for him. He was suppressed and his death was only a matter of time. There's a mark on that person's body. The eyes of Lu Ming and the group lit up. What should we do? OuyangWushuang and the people he brought with him are too powerful. Someone asked. Just OuyangWushuang and Bai Mu alone had astonishing combat strength. Apart from OuyangWushuang, there was probably no one who could defeat them. Although Lu Ming was strong in the eyes of the others, he might not be a match for either OuyangWushuang or Bai Mu. The other geniuses of the Daoyuo Heaven sect were almost all medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the great saint perfection. This force was too strong. They were no match for it if they tried to snatch it by force. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. They currently had 4 marks. If they could obtain 1 more or 5 marks, they would have a much higher chance of winning. If they won first place again in this round, there would be no need to compete in the 3rd round. OuyangWushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who are you people? Why are you attacking my Blood Soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. He was already injured, and his death was only a matter of time. He was shocked and furious. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were all young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Great Saint Realm or the Great Saint Perfection Realm. Their combat strength was also amazing. Almost all of them could fight above their level. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? You don't have the right to know who we are. Kill. OuyangWushuang was incomparably tyrannical, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. His violent attacks were like a violent storm as he attacked his opponent. The attacks of the others also poured toward the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to block, some of the attacks still landed on his body. His body almost exploded and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good, the other party is about to be killed. The faces of the paragons from the Purple Flame Villa changed. You guys stay here and don't move. Leave this person to me. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to OuyangWushuang and the others. Then he sank into the ground and completely concealed his aura. He headed toward the battlefield silently. In a short while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injuries were even more serious and he could be killed at any moment. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Buzz. Bubbles circulated the space-time law, and Lu Ming's body distorted like waves of water. He disappeared like an illusion. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared directly beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? OuyangWushuang shouted when he noticed Lu Ming's sudden appearance. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a holy weapon flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked and was about to block it when he heard Lu Ming mumble explode. Oh. Chapter 1841 Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth. It was an absolute saint weapon and it exploded. The terrifying power swept through the middle-aged man. Chaos Finger. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. He used all his strength in this one finger. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the self-destruction of an absolute saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the chaotic finger, he was unable to withstand it at all. His body immediately exploded and his soul was scattered. After Lu Ming attacked with the chaos finger of calamity, Bubbles immediately took action and cast the space-time law. Lu Ming's figure turned illusory again. Damn it, kill! OuyangWushuang howled madly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. However, when the attack landed, Lu Ming's figure dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment, his figure had already left the battlefield. And in his crystal ball there was another mark. Everything had happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubbles for help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he self-destructed an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the chaos finger of calamity. Then he retreated with Bubbles' help. All of this happened in an instant. However, in that instant, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged man and seized the mark. Brat, you're looking for death. OuyangWushuang bellowed in rage. He stepped into the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch his mark. He was simply courting death. The rest of them followed OuyangWushuang and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's figure reappeared in the distance, near OuyangWushuang and the others. Remember the seal, let's go, Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. OuyangWushuang, get back here, OuyangWushuang shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told OuyangWushuang to roll back and he would roll back. Laughable. OuyangWushuang's disdainful voice was heard as he flew forward with all his might. All 12 marks have appeared. The test is over. Come out now. At that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was the voice of the Divine Origin Empire's elder. All 12 marks have appeared. Damn it. OuyangWushuang stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on him, which was a third of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either OuyangWushuang or OuyangWushuang had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each of them had 4 marks, it would only be a draw. He didn't want a tie, but first. This made him hate Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang even more. If he had obtained the mark just now, he would have 5 marks and would have the upper hand. Now, he could only hope that he would have 4 marks for each of the 12. It's over, let's go out. OuyangWushuang and the others flew out. Aha, we have 5 marks. We have a high chance of winning. A heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. The chances of winning with 5 marks were indeed very high. As long as OuyangWushuang obtained 3 marks, OuyangWushuang would only have 4 marks and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would be OuyangWushuang's. They flew out at top speed. OuyangWushuang led his men and flew out with a gloomy face. However, on the way, he met OuyangWushuang and the heaven's favorites from the Soul Divine Temple. At this moment, OuyangWushuang's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost. He had no chance at all. He had no fate with the position of Crown Prince. OuyangWushuang, how many marks did you get? OuyangWushuang looked at OuyangWushuang nervously. He hoped that OuyangWushuang had also obtained 4 marks. This way this round would be a draw. 3. OuyangWushuang's words caused OuyangWushuang's face to pale. OuyangWushuang had obtained 3. Did that not mean that OuyangWushuang had obtained 5 and won first place? In this way, OuyangWushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need to compete in the last round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to OuyangWushuang. Damn it! The killing intent in OuyangWushuang's eyes intensified. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not made a move and snatched the last mark, he would have won. At that moment he hated Lu Ming to the core. OuyangWushuang, how about we join forces? OuyangWushuang said, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. How could it be so easy for OuyangWushuang to seize the position of Crown Prince? Join forces? What's the point of joining forces now? OuyangWushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. The victory is set. OuyangWushuang said unwillingly. Not necessarily. OuyangWushuang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, an old man appeared. This person has a mark on his body, but one kept it and didn't kill him. I'll leave it to you now. OuyangWushuang said. OuyangWudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright radiance. He had never expected that OuyangWushuang would actually leave one person alive. Since you're helping me like this, what's the request? OuyangWudao asked. I don't have any requests. One just don't want OuyangWushuang to become the crown prince. OuyangWushuang said coldly. In any case, he had no hope of getting it, but OuyangWushuang could forget about getting it either. Whoosh! OuyangWudao stepped forward and struck out with his palm, killing the elder. Instantly, the number of imprints on his side increased to 5. Good haha. OuyangWudao was overjoyed. In this case, he and OuyangWushuang had tied for this round. Then they would decide the winner in the third round. If he were to get first place in the third round and OuyangWushuang was last, the crown prince position would be his. Then let's let OuyangWushuang get the last place in the third round. OuyangWushuang said coldly. Haha. Sixth brother. I won't forget you if one take control of the Xinyuan Empire. OuyangWudao laughed. Then the group flew out. When they left the Blood Soul sect, they discovered that OuyangWushuang and the others had already arrived. OuyangWudao and OuyangWushuang looked at OuyangWushuang and Lu Ming with cold killing intent. Alright, everyone's here. Take out your crystal balls and let's see what you've got. A clan elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. OuyangWushuang had 3 marks and Lu Ming had 2, so there were 5 marks in total. 5 not bad. The clan elder nodded and looked at OuyangWudao and the others. OuyangWudao and the others also took out their crystal balls. It's also 5. The faces of OuyangWushuang and the others changed. He did not expect OuyangWudao to obtain 5 of them. In that case, OuyangWushuang would have obtained 2. Damn it! How could OuyangWushuang be so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. If OuyangWushuang had obtained 3, they would have 1. However, they did not expect OuyangWushuang to be so useless as to only obtain 2 marks. Chapter 1842. Great Sage, Great Mastery, what did you just say? OuyangWushuang heard his words as well. He looked coldly at the Heaven's favorite from the Purple Flame Villa. But why would he be afraid of him? He looked at OuyangWushuang with a cold smile. This made OuyangWushuang's expression even uglier. You guys can be smug. In the third round I'll make you guys die miserably. OuyangWushuang was filled with hatred. Alright, OuyangWudao and OuyangWushuang have tied for this round of assessment. You can go back and rest. The third round of assessment will begin in 7 days. A clan elder announced before summoning a warship. Everyone boarded the warship and returned to the Xinyuan imperial capital half a day later. After returning to OuyangWushuang's mansion, OuyangWushuang held a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone went back. Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. My cultivation is about to break through. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. Now, his cultivation was finally going to break through again. Lu Ming immediately took out a large number of raw gemstones and placed them at the side. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura rose sharply. A strong suction force came from his body. The raw gemstones exploded one after another, turning into rolling raw energy that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down after half a day. Great Sage, Great Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation had broken through to the Great Sage upper tier, and his combat strength had improved again. He was more confident about the third round. Following that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the third round of the assessment had arrived. This time they met up in an empty space outside the Divine Origin Imperial Capital. There was a huge mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge flag fluttering in the wind. OuyangWudao, OuyangWushuang, OuyangWushuang, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The third round of the examination is very simple. It's to snatch the military flag. Whoever can snatch that flag will be first. In the process, any means can be used. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any method could be used. In other words, this round didn't restrict killing. A cold killing intent flashed in OuyangWushuang and OuyangWuji's eyes as they swept their gazes over Lu Ming, OuyangWushuang and the rest. However, the journey from here to the peak of the mountain has been filled with many formations, so it won't be smooth sailing. Alright, now you will stand in 3 positions, the clan elder announced. In an instant their figures flickered, and the 3 parties each stood in 3 different positions. Lady Qiu, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you kill him. At this moment, OuyangWuji sent a message to Qiu Yue. I'm here to help you win the crown prince's position, not to help you kill people. Qiu Yue said coldly. Lu Ming has been going against us time and time again. Otherwise one wouldn't have ended up like this. Since you're here to help me, listen to me this once. That Lu Ming must die. OuyangWuji said coldly. Qiu Yue frowned. Junior sister Qiu, the 6th prince is right. That Lu Ming has no respect for our soul divine temple at all. Not only has he injured a few junior brothers, but he has also completely disrupted our plans. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to our elders when we return. Yushu said from the side. That's right, junior sister Qiu. Your combat strength is the strongest among us. You're more than capable of killing Lu Ming. The rest of the people from the divine temple also chimed in. Alright, leave Lu Ming to me. Qiu Yue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. OuyangWuji and the others were overjoyed. Let's start. At this moment, the voice of the clan elder rang out. Let's go. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the 3 groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, they could travel 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Sword gleams formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Each sword light was extremely terrifying and had the power of a supreme saint. There were a lot of them, hundreds of them. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched attacks one after another, shattering the sword gleam. However, there were countless inscriptions in the air. There were also all sorts of attacks like vines, flames, and lightning that blasted towards them. This greatly reduced their speed. They joined forces to break through the attack and flew forward. OuyangWushuang, OuyangWuji, and the others were also attacked by the formation, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. If they wanted to pose a threat to them, the power of these formations was not enough. The 3 groups of people were like 3 owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, OuyangWushuang was the fastest. With the help of the paragons of the Daoyuo Heaven sect, OuyangWushuang's overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them! All of a sudden, OuyangWuji and his men changed their direction and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrifying attacks poured down on them. Lu Ming and the group retaliated and destroyed the attacks one by one. However, as a result, their advance was blocked while OuyangWushuang was getting closer and closer to the mountain. OuyangWushuang and OuyangWuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice was heard. Obviously, OuyangWuji was here to stall Lu Ming and the rest so that OuyangWushuang could get first place. Ouyang, the 2 of us will charge out. Lu Ming sent a message to OuyangWushuang. Charge! OuyangWushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palm strikes. The terrifying palm force broke through the attacks and rushed out of the encirclement toward the mountain. Lu Ming threw a punch and a vacuum tunnel appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So strong! OuyangWuji and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming seemed to have become stronger. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed out. Meanwhile, Long Chan, Huang Ling, and the Purple Flame Village geniuses did not move. Instead, they fought against OuyangWuji's men. Stop them! OuyangWuji shouted. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot out. As the white light passed by, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed towards Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch at the scimitar. The scimitar trembled and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming's gaze darkened. I seal. Qiu Yue waved her hand and the scimitar danced in the air. It emitted an even more terrifying cold current and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch, and the boundless energy hit the scimitar, sending it flying again. However, there was indeed a terrifying cold current that extended up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on it. And NBSP primal chaos laws began to revolve, and with a shake the layer of frost was shaken off. Chapter 1843 Fighting Qiu Yue and Yang. Qiu Yue shouted. At this moment the cold qi in her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side of her body emitted a hot qi. At the same time a fiery red scimitar flew out, and the terrifying heat wave burned and distorted the space. Buzz! Buzz! One of the two scimitars was emitting a cold air while the other was emitting a hot air. They slashed toward Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and the hot collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted toward Lu Ming. This energy was very terrifying. It had the power to destroy, and even Lu Ming felt a sense of danger. Chaos finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and struck the energy. A crackling sound was heard and the two scimitars were knocked back by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming felt his fingers go numb. Waves of destructive energy were about to annihilate him. If not for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the Great Sage Mastery, he might not have been a match for them. A superior grade heavenly spiritual body and one of the King Path laws, the law of yin and yang. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Qiu Yue was worthy of being chosen by the only divine temple. She had brought the only divine temple from the divine wilderness. Her talent and potential were shocking. Not only did she control the laws of the King Path, her spiritual body was also a high-tier heaven spiritual body. Her cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the great saint realm. This level of combat strength was even stronger than OuyangWushuang, OuyangWudao, and the others. OuyangWushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling also had such talent, but their cultivation was not at the great saint perfection. Yin-yang convergence, die! Qiu Yue shouted. Two streams of air burst out from her body. One was hot and one was cold, one was yin and one was yang. They collided with each other and formed a terrifying destructive force. Lu Ming. I'm your young master. You said that you'll serve me for the rest of my life. Have you forgotten? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder in spring, ringing in Qiu Yue's ears. Qiu Yue frowned and shouted, shameless brat, are you trying to lie to me again? Can't you change to something new? Kill. The two scimitars spun rapidly like a storm and came for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi formation disc appeared. A Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern was formed and it suppressed Qiu Yue. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi pattern collided with the two scimitars, producing a dull boom. At the same time Lu Ming's punches were like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow. While Lu Ming and Qiu Yue were clashing, OuyangWushuang had also encountered a strong enemy. OuyangWudao charged toward OuyangWushuang, and the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. OuyangWushuang had mastered the King Path law and was more talented. However, OuyangWudao's cultivation was stronger. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, the talents of the Daoyuo Heaven sect rushed toward the mountain. Bubble, go and snatch that flag. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. The bubble flew off from Lu Ming's shoulder. Its petite figure flickered and it flew towards the mountain at top speed. The array was almost useless against the bubble. After a while, Bubbles had almost caught up with the talents of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. How is that possible? Is that the law of time and space? Go stop her! The elites of the Daoyuo Heaven sect exclaimed. Then 2 or 3 of them rushed toward the bubble and attacked it with all kinds of attacks. Chirping. In a flash, Pow Pow's figure rippled through the air. By the time the attacks landed, she had already disappeared. In the next moment, she had passed by the few of them and was charging towards the mountain. Not good. The space-time laws are too strange. I can't attack her at all. Someone shouted anxiously. All of you attack. Use the laws to block the void and stop her. Bai Mu shouted and suddenly changed his direction. A terrifying power of law bloomed and covered the sky, locking the void with the power of law. The other paragons attacked at the same time. All sorts of nomological laws were like chains that locked down the void. Peopeo's figure flickered continuously. However, with the void being sealed, she was unable to rush over. I'm switching sides, Bubble's tender voice was heard. She moved her body and wanted to charge in another direction. However, there were too many of them. There were more than a dozen heaven's favorites, and most of them were great saints in the great perfection realm. With more than a dozen of them joining forces, the laws were confined in all directions and they completely blocked Bubble's escape route. Let's join hands and take her down. Bai Mu gave the order, and the power of law burst forth. More than a dozen people joined forces in an attempt to take down Bubbles. Bubbles' figure flickered unsteadily, and the space around her flickered. It would not be easy for the other party to take her down. For a time the two sides were in a stalemate. The battle between Lu Ming and Qiu Yue was getting more and more intense. Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about Li Ping and Lu Yuntian? Have you forgotten about the Lu family? Lu Ming shouted as he attacked, hoping to awaken Qiu Yue's memory. Shut up! Qiu Yue shouted as her brows furrowed. The laws of yin and yang represented the foundation of the world. Even among the laws of King Dao, it was extremely terrifying. The cold current collided with the scorching heat, producing a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw 3 consecutive punches and blocked Qiu Yue's attack. Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about the mystical sword sect? Have you forgotten about the Burning Sun Empire? Qiu Yue, have you forgotten about Yuehuan Mountain and Emerald Lake? Lu Ming kept shouting, telling Qiu Yue some of the things that she was most familiar with and experienced the most. Qiu Yue's eyes kept changing, as if she was trying to grasp something, but he couldn't catch it. Nonsense! I'll kill you! Die! Qiu Yue shouted, and 2 curved daggers slashed at Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, then I'll let you kill me. At this moment, Lu Ming put away the Tai Chi formation disc and the chaos laws. He let the 2 curved daggers slash at him. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming, but he did not move. He looked at Qiu Yue with a gentle gaze, just like how he did in the past. At this moment, Qiu Yue's heart trembled. She subconsciously retracted her force. However, the speed of the 2 curved daggers was too fast. Although she had retracted most of her force, they did not stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. Blood gushed out. The 2 scimitars sank deep into Lu Ming's shoulders and went straight through his bones. Blood stained Lu Ming's long robe. Qiu Yue was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming in a daze and said, Why didn't you dodge? Why should one hide? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, then one will let you kill me. One only hope that you can remember. Lu Ming said gently, Is everything you've said true? Qiu Yue's eyes were filled with confusion. Of course it's true. I'm Lu Ming, your young master. We've been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you're wearing was a gift from my mother. Do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 scimitars flew from Lu Ming's shoulders and disappeared into Qiu Yue's body. Qiu Yue's gaze fell on the jade pendant around her neck. This was the jade pendant that she had always worn on her body. Chapter 1844. The one and only Temple Lu Ming, young master, the Lu family, madam. Why? Why can't I remember anything? Why? Qiu Yue mumbled to herself. The confusion in her eyes grew stronger and stronger. Finally, her face revealed a pained expression. Why? Why? I'm going to ask my master. I'm going to ask my master. Qiu Yue suddenly shouted and flew up into the sky. She broke through the layers of formations and left the place in a flash. Junior sister, you should die. Yu Shu of the Soul Divine Temple shouted angrily. Qiu Yue, I will definitely find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. The wound on his shoulder was squirming rapidly and healing rapidly. Qiu Yue had absorbed most of the energy earlier, so his injuries were not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spirit body, he had basically recovered in a few breaths. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the bubbles. He then took a step forward and dashed toward the bubbles like lightning. Runes appeared and attacks were launched at Lu Ming, but they were all broken by him. Get lost. 11 Lu Ming approached him and activated the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed a huge finger at the Daoyuo Heaven Sect's paragon with an amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not able to resist and were blown away by Lu Ming. With that, Rhe encirclement was broken, and with a flash, Pow Pow charged out of the encirclement. Bubble, go and get the flag. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming said. All right. With a flash, Pow Pow charged towards the peak of the mountain. Stop him. Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of them. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared one after another, suppressing the group of Daluo heaven sect's talents. Boom! Boom! Each of Lu Ming's attacks weighed hundreds of millions of caddies and had the power to suppress the heavens. The paragons of the Daluo heaven sect were sent flying one by one, blood spilling from their mouths. Kill! Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior grade heavenly spiritual body, and his combat power was far above other heaven's favorites of the same level. For example, OuyangWushuang and Mo Lang, and the Golden Crow second prince, they would probably be easily crushed by Bai Mu. Before Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation, he might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had a breakthrough in his cultivation and his combat strength had increased greatly. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 to 8 steps. The Son of Chaos is indeed astonishingly strong. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again, Lu Ming's fists kept punching out, and pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared, suppressing the talents of the Daluo heaven sect and blocking their way. Meanwhile, in a flash, Peopeo's figure was about to fly up to the peak of the mountain. No, OuyangWushuang bellowed. His eyes were bloodshot, unable to accept this fact. OuyangWushuang felt the same way. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never thought that he and OuyangWushuang couldn't stop OuyangWushuang even when they joined forces. They were extremely unwilling, but they could not stop it. They could only watch as the bubble approached the flag quickly. Then Bubbles grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it out. OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang's heart sank as well. All right. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were ecstatic. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. The crowd retreated and stopped the battle. OuyangWushuang's gaze was extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubbles. In the second and third round of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Pow Pow. If it were not for them, OuyangWushuang would not have been his match. He still did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would really be so angry that he would vomit blood. Buzz! Buzz! A few elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared in the sky. The array in the area was hidden. The test is over. Combining the results of the 3 rounds, OuyangWushuang is the champion. He will be promoted to the Crown Prince in 3 days. An elder announced. OuyangWushuang and OuyangWushuang clenched their fists tightly and were filled with hatred. From now on, they were going to be trampled under OuyangWushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. OuyangWushuang's mansion was naturally in a celebratory mood, and a banquet was held for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xinyuan Empire held the Crown Prince's promotion ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the Only Divine Temple sent people to congratulate them, but the Daluo Heaven sect did not. After the ceremony, OuyangWushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. However, Lu Ming had another goal now. He had to figure out what exactly had happened to Qiu Yue. How could he help Qiu Yue recover? Therefore, on the 7th day after OuyangWushuang became the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang went to the only sacred hall together. The only holy temple was an ancient palace. It was suspended in the sky and was surrounded by clouds. It was like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that extended down from the only holy temple, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and OuyangWushuang landed on the steps and stepped up. Soon they had reached tens of thousands of steps. However, they were blocked by 2 people at the top of the steps. Who are you? This is the only sacred hall, and you are not allowed to barge in. The 2 of them were the guards. One of them opened his mouth, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. OuyangWushuang, and one have something to ask of Senior Ice Screen. OuyangWushuang cupped his fists. Bingmu was Qiu Yue's master. He was the one who had brought Qiu Yue from the divine wilderness. OuyangWushuang? So it's Crown Prince Xinyuan. I've been disrespectful. The 2 guards' expressions changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xinyuan Empire, they could ignore him. However, the crown prince was different. He would rule the Xinyuan Empire in the future and become a hegemon. His status was completely different from that of an ordinary prince. Please wait a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass the message now. One of the guards said. Wait, we can't let them in. At this moment a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yushu. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The person in the lead was Yushu. The others were all extraordinary geniuses. The two guards saluted Yushu and the others. It was obvious that Yushu's status in the only holy temple was not low. Oh, so it's Prince WuShuang. What are you doing here at our sole divine temple? Yushu asked with a faint smile on her face. Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Ice Screen. OuyangWushuang tried to be patient and repeated it. Meet the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder? I advise you to go back. Do you think the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder is someone you can meet whenever you want? Yushu said indifferently. You can go and pass on the message. Senior Ice Screen will decide whether to see or not. Lu Ming said. Pass on the message? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is in seclusion and won't see anyone. You can leave. Yushu's face darkened as she chided. If Senior Ice Screen is not free today, then one will come again tomorrow. If you are not free tomorrow, then I will come again the day after. One day Senior Ice Screen will be free. Lu Ming said. Oh. Chapter 1845. The truth behind Qiu Yue's memory loss. Lu Ming. Why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think that I don't know what you're here for? You're trying to get close to junior sister Qiu Yue. But let me tell you, she's already taken, so don't bother her anymore. Yushu berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and tried to talk to the other party nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. His overwhelming aura pressed toward Yushu. Yushu's expression changed drastically and she shouted, What are you trying to do? How dare you try to break into my only sacred hall? Men, kill this person. During the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, he had suffered at Lu Ming's hands time and time again. He had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally had to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yushu's voice rang out, a few powerful auras burst out from the only sacred hall. A few figures flew through the air and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a river of laws. They were all emperor-to-be figures. Stop! At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. It was filled with supreme authority. Yushu, the young men, and the emperor-to-be all changed their expressions. They stopped and bowed to the depths of the sacred hall, saying, Ice Screen Grand Elder. Bring Lu Ming in to see me. The voice rang out again. Yushu's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the Grand Elder of the Ice Curtain had found out about the situation. Brat, you've gone far today. Yushu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming coldly and then left. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain wants to see you. One of the guards said. Ouyang, you can go back first. There's no need to wait for me. Lu Ming told OuyangWushuang. No rush, I can wait here. OuyangWushuang smiled faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire around the other party would have some reservations. Lu Ming did not say much. He and the gatekeeper walked toward the depths of the only holy temple. The only sacred hall was surrounded by many halls, and they couldn't see the end of it. They bypassed many halls and came to a small hall. This is the residence of the Ice Curtain Sect's Grand Supreme Elder. You may enter. After the guard finished speaking, he turned and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back and his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and came behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Ice Screen. The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. I heard that you said that you were Qiu Yue's young master during the Xinyuan Empire's examination. Is that true? The middle-aged lady spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being stared at by an extremely terrifying existence. It was as if he would be turned into ashes with just a thought from the other party. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his Buddha's subconscious reaction. This beautiful middle-aged woman was definitely an extremely terrifying person. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that everything about him had been seen through. If he lied, he had no doubt that the other party would kill him immediately. Senior, everything Junior has said is true. Junior comes from the Divine Wilderness Continent's Blazing Sun Empire's Lu family. Back then, when Senior took Qiu Yue away from the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? In the Divine Wilderness, the only one in the world. Lu Ming replied in a humble manner. A hint of surprise flashed through Bingham Yu's eyes, but his gaze became even colder. LT, seems like you're right. So you're here to take Qiu Yue away and make her your mate again? Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Qiu Yue as a servant. I've grown up with Qiu Yue and I've always treated Qiu Yue as my family. Lu Ming replied. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the aura on Ice Screen's body was retracted, and a hint of warmth appeared on her face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam engine had put Lu Ming under terrifying pressure. The ice curtain sized Lu Ming up curiously. One really never expected that you would be able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness and achieve such an achievement. She already knew that Lu Ming was taking the examination in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Qiu Yue? Regarding this, she was really surprised. Lu Ming could actually walk out of the Divine Wilderness and come to the Yuan continent. Furthermore, he had such shocking achievements, suppressing many of the geniuses of the ancient Yang Holy Land. This was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took Qiu Yue away, she left behind the 8 words in the Divine Wilderness, the only one in the world. She had just said it casually, but she did not expect that someone would really find her. Senior is too kind, Junior was just lucky. Lu Ming said humbly. Luck? Hee, I've never heard of anyone who can reach this stage by relying on luck. Alright, did you come to me this time to ask about Qiu Yue? Ice Screen said. That's right, Senior. Why did Qiu Yue completely forget about me? And when I mentioned what happened back then, she also completely forgot about it. What happened to Qiu Yue? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Qiu Yue's memory was taken away. Ice Curtain sighed. What? His memories were taken away? Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? However, he could even take away memories. What kind of method was this? That's right. He's Luozongqiong, the #1 genius of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. He has a king's body and controls the law of deprivation, one of the laws of the king path. He can deprive everything, even his memories. Ice Screen said. Why? Why would they do that? Lu Ming's gaze turned colder. Because Luozongqiong likes Qiu Yue and has been pursuing her. But Qiu Yue already has someone in her heart. And that person is you. She always believes that you will come to her. So why would she care about Luo Kangqiang's pursuit? So in a fit of anger, Luozongqiong took away all of Qiu Yue's memories from before. All of her memories regarding the Divine Wilderness Continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of the Yuan continent. He wanted Qiu Yue to forget you and accept him. The ice curtain revealed the truth. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and a cold killing intent emanated from him. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Qiu Yue's memory was actually taken away by someone else. And the reason was that Qiu Yue already had someone in her heart. It was simply laughable and simply deserving of death. Senior, as Qiu Yue's master, aren't you going to take revenge for her? Lu Ming looked straight at the ice screen, a faint trace of anger in his eyes. Of course one want to take revenge for Qiu Yue. One once went to the Daoyuo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was a great sovereign. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luozongqiong relied on his grandfather's status as a great sovereign to act lawlessly, but no one dared to touch him. The ice curtain spoke, her voice filled with helplessness. Chapter 1846. Qiu Yue 1's Master's Helplessness, Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was actually a great sovereign. In today's world, as long as the heavenly emperor didn't appear, the great emperor was at the peak. What kind of person was a great emperor? He controlled the great Tao, his small world could give birth to living beings, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. No matter how strong a true emperor was, they would probably be killed by a great emperor with a single slap. There were only a few emperors in the entire Yuan Mountain. Each one of them was a person who could shake the entire Yuan Mountain with a stomp of their feet. Legend had it that the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was founded by a few great emperors. It was because of this that the entire region was stirred up. All the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain region were gathering towards the Heavenly Emperor City, wanting to join the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. One could see how terrifying a great emperor was. And Luo Kangqiang's grandfather was actually a great sovereign. No wonder Lawless dared to take away Qiu Yue's memory. Lu Ming also remembered that OuyangWushuang had told him that Qiu Yue's master had attacked the Daoyuo Heaven sect for some unknown reason, but had retreated silently in the end. It was obviously because of Qiu Yue. I also want to avenge Qiu Yue, but if one do, the entire sacred hall will be buried with her. Bingmu continued, his voice filled with helplessness. Luo Tsangqiang. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Ice Curtain didn't dare to kill him, but he did. Qiu Yue, that girl is very attached to you. Before she lost her memory, she could not forget you. She hopes that you will come and find her, or that her cultivation will be successful, and she will head to the divine wilderness to meet you. I heard that during the Shenyuan Empire's assessment, Qiu Yue was very emotional when she saw you. Perhaps if she is with you for a long time, she might really recover her memories. How about you spend more time with Qiu Yue? Ice Screen said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. No need to thank me. One also hoped that Qiu Yue can recover her memory. Her life will not be perfect if she loses a part of her memory. It will be difficult for her to reach the peak of her martial arts. Bingmu sighed. The cultivation of martial arts was about having a clear mind. However, if a memory was missing in one's life, everyone would miss it and have a knot in their heart. How could one's mind be clear? It would be difficult to reach the peak in the end. Therefore, the Ice Curtain also hoped that Qiu Yue could regain her memory. For this period of time, you will live in the One Divine Palace. I will arrange a place for you to stay and spend more time with Qiu Yue. How about it? Ice Screen said. Thank you, Senior. One will do my best to help Qiu Yue regain her memories. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Then, Ice Curtain asked someone to bring Lu Ming to a courtyard. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to OuyangWushuang, telling him to return first and stay in the Soul Sanctuary for a period of time. Not long after, a figure stepped into the courtyard. Qiu Yue. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Obviously, the Ice Curtain had also told Qiu Yue to stay in this courtyard, so that the two of them could spend more time together, hoping that Qiu Yue would remember the past. Buzz! Qiu Yue waved her hand, and a snow-white scimitar appeared, emitting a bone-chilling cold. You really know me? What you told me back then, was it true? Qiu Yue said coldly. Of course it's true, every word is true. Lu Ming said. One hope it's true. If I find out in the future that everything you said was a lie and that you're only using this reason to get close to me, 111 definitely kill you. Qiu Yue said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Qiu Yue had thought that he was trying to get close to her on purpose. However, with Qiu Yue's looks and talent, it was normal for some people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I'm lying to you, just kill me. Just like last time, one won't fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Qiu Yue's cold aura finally dissipated and the ice scimitar disappeared. She glanced at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, Are your injuries okay? It's okay, it doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're so glib-tongued, I don't think you're a good person either. Qiu Yue snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. This girl's personality had changed a lot after she lost her memory. Qiu Yue. Let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. Yes, go ahead. Qiu Yue nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard and Lu Ming began to talk about the past in detail. Qiu Yue frowned and seemed to be in deep thought. Every time he talked about something important, Qiu Yue would have some reaction. Her eyes would flash with a look of contemplation and confusion. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the only holy temple and spent time with Qiu Yue. They often talked about the past, from when Qiu Yue was young to after she was taken away. They talked about everything. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This kind of interaction had some effect. Qiu Yue said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was difficult to capture. However, Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Qiu Yue would remember the past sooner or later. In a palace, Yushu was discussing some matters with a few young men with a gloomy face. I don't know what the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Curtain is thinking. He actually allowed Lu Ming and junior sister Qiu Yue to live in the same courtyard and spend time with each other. How despicable! Yushu slammed the table and said hatefully. That kid Lu Ming said many times in the Shenyuan Empire that he knows junior sister Qiu Yue. And that he's her young master or something. Could it be true? A young man said. It's possible. Junior sister Qiu Yue's heart used to belong to someone. So Luo Zongqiong took away her memory. It's probably Lu Ming. That's why the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ice Screen let Lu Ming and Qiu Yue live together, hoping that Qiu Yue can regain her memory. The other young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Zongqiong know about it. Yushu said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Senior brother Yu, you're so smart. If Luo Zongqiong knew about this, he would definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. Hey. Yushu also laughed. Then they sent someone to pass the news to the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Time flew by and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the only holy temple. The leader of the group was a young man with a cold expression. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his gaze was sharp like lightning. Behind the young man were a few elders, all of whom exuded powerful auras. When ordinary people arrived at the one and only sacred palace, they would have to land on the ground and climb up the stairs step by step to show respect to the one and only sacred palace. However, these people directly flew up, bypassing the stairs and flying towards the one and only sacred palace. Everyone, please wait. The two guards blocked the group's path. Get lost. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. Everyone. This is the only sacred palace. Who are you? If you want to see anyone, one can pass the message on your behalf. One of the guards said. Oh. Chapter 1847 Bathing the King Physique. The only temple guard saw that these people had extraordinary auras and did not dare to offend them. He asked carefully. Luo Pokong of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The young man in the lead said indifferently. You're Luo Pokong? The guard's expression changed drastically. The Daoyuo Heaven sect had two kings in the younger generation. There were two heaven's favorites who had mastered the king path laws. One of them was Luo Zongqiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's status in the Daoyuo Heaven sect was second only to Luo Zongqiong. Everyone in the ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Haha, brother Luo, welcome. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. At this time a laugh was heard. Yushu and a few young men stepped on the air and came over. Yushu, there's a kid called Lu Ming. Is he in your one and only holy temple? Luo Pokong asked. That's right, he's at the one and only sacred hall. If brother Luo needs him, one can take you there. Yushu said with a smile. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. Please. Yushu led Luo Pokong and the others to Lu Ming's residence. At this moment in the courtyard where Lu Ming lived, he was chatting with Qiu Yue about the past. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people stepped on the air and stopped above the courtyard, looking down at Lu Ming and Qiu Yue. Luo Pokong. Qiu Yue's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong's eyes swept across Qiu Yue and then landed on Lu Ming. Boy, you're Lu Ming? Not bad. Lu Ming responded. Very good. Do you know that Qiu Yue is my brother Luo Kangqiang's woman? You dare to have any thoughts about her? I think you're tired of living. Saint power surged from Luo Pokong's body, forming a powerful aura that pressed toward Lu Ming. Nonsense. When did I become Luo Kangqiang's woman? You tell him that it's impossible between us. Qiu Yue shouted. This made Luo Pokong squint his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Did you hear that? Qiu Yue denied it herself, but that Luo Zongqiang keeps sticking to her. Isn't it embarrassing? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living. Luo Pokong shouted, and his cold killing intent bloomed. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Arrogant. Lil cripple you now. Luo Pokong's gaze was cold. His aura grew stronger and enveloped Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat strength. He could defeat a sovereign with a superior class celestial spiritual body in the Daoyuo Heaven sect. However, his combat strength was not something that a superior grade heavenly spiritual body could compare to. His own spiritual body was also a superior grade heaven spiritual body, and he had mastered the laws of the king path. His cultivation was at the great saint perfection. With such talent, he was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Why would he care about Lu Ming? Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Die. Qiu Yue shouted coldly as her two curved blades flew out. The laws of yin and yang revolved around her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Qiu Yue's talent was not inferior to his. He was not confident that he could fight her. Lu Ming, it seems like you can only hide behind a woman. Luo Pokong sneered and revealed a mocking expression. You don't need to use such a low-level goading method. However, I really don't need the help of others to deal with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy. His body soared into the sky, and a long spear appeared in his hand. A terrifyingly sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming is definitely not Luo Pokong's match. He's dead for sure in this battle. Yushu sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the top of the younger generation. His spirit body and laws were at the top. No one could defeat him in a battle of RE same level. Even if Lu Ming mastered the laws of chaos, his cultivation was so far behind. It was impossible for him to be Luo Pokong's match. Although Luo Zongqiang didn't come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. Die, die. Luo Pokong shouted coldly. With a shake of his long spear, a terrifying spear radiance burst out toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed, and more than 100 holy weapons appeared. He held an absolute holy weapon in his hand and slashed. Clang! The combat sword slashed at the spear's gleam and a terrifying vibration was produced. The spear's gleam was shattered by the combat sword, but the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand also shook violently. What a powerful penetrating power! This is the penetrating law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a type of king path law. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could block it. It was extremely terrifying. Let's see how many shots you can take. Luo Pokong's long spear trembled and hundreds of spear lights emerged. They made a sharp whistling sound and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought, more than 100 holy weapons shot out from around him. Each holy weapon was shrouded in the laws of chaos, and they bombarded the spear radiance. Bang! 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 The sound of the violent collision reverberated through the sky. Then, Lu Ming's more than 100 saint weapons were all knocked back. However, the saint weapons were shrouded in the laws of chaos, which blocked the opponent's attack. Then Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice to fight with someone who controlled the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure neared Luo Pokong. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out with both fists. Pieces of the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary shadow emerged and pressed toward Luo Pokong. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to thrust out, The spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the prison-suppressing steel's illusionary image. The prison-suppressing steel's shadow was pierced through and exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to swing his fist, and the illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel kept appearing. The two of them clashed fiercely. The air was boiling, and the battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. A destructive attack. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience. He let out a long howl and circulated his saint energy to the extreme. He became one with his spear and turned into a terrifying spear radiance, stabbing toward Lu Ming. This was a terrifying sacred art that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The illusionary shadow of the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had blasted out exploded and was pierced through. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming also cast his remarkable power and pointed his finger. The light of chaos curled around his finger and pressed down on his opponent. Boom! And enviously the primal chaos tribulation finger and the spear light clashed, creating a massive storm that spread in all directions. In the end, the chaotic finger of tribulation crumbled, but the spear radiance of the other party also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure. He retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. Two rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then Lu Ming's holy weapons charged at Luo Pokong again. Luo Pokong endured the piercing pain in his soul. He waved his long spear and blocked all of Lu Ming's holy weapons. Chapter 1848 Soul Recovery Pill. However, Lu Ming's holy weapon was sent flying back. Under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly toward Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming cast the prison destructive divine art and punched continuously with both fists. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. For a moment, Luo Pokong was at a disadvantage. How is that possible? Yu Shu and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and was beginning to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the Great Sage Accomplished Realm, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was at the Great Sage Accomplished Realm. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of God really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred hall. Many people in the sky were watching and were shocked. Luo Pokong let out a long howl. He was extremely furious as he exerted all his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his penetrating law was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. It could not penetrate Lu Ming's chaos law. Seal! At this moment, Lu Ming muttered. Then dense runes emerged on Luo Pokong's long spear and covered his entire body. The sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Just now, Lu Ming had applied the law of Array Dao on each of his holy weapons. As the holy weapons continued to collide with Luo Pokong, the seal scroll was quietly activated. At this time, it exploded and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked. He exerted all his strength and struggled with all his might. A terrifying penetrating power burst forth, hoping to break the seal. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill die! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to circulate the divine sword technique. At the same time, he cast the chaotic finger of tribulation and pointed. Lu Ming's current mastery of the chaos finger tribulation was close to 60%. Its power was shocking. With one finger, mountains and rivers were shattered. Boom! The finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck Luo Pokong's body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was sent flying, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had been severely injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He continued to step forward and charged towards Luo Pokong. How audacious! An old man who had followed Luo Pokong here shouted and struck out a huge palm print at Lu Ming. Emperor-to-be! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had no choice but to retreat with all his might to avoid the palm print. You're just a supreme saint. How dare you hurt the sovereign of the Daoyuo Heaven sect? Who gave you the guts? I'll cripple you first. At this moment, another elder spoke coldly. He took a step forward and a huge foot formed in the sky, stomping down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. He could not move his body at all. Even a bubble could not break the space and take him away. A martial supreme. The old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daoyuo Heaven sect. It was extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only temple, a martial emperor powerhouse wanted to attack Lu Ming directly. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a wave of energy rippled out like a wave. However, the huge foot dissipated into nothingness under this wave of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The people from the only divine temple all bowed to this person. Master. Qiu Yue also bowed to this person. The person who had suddenly appeared was Qiu Yue's master, Bing Mu. It's too much for a martial supreme like you to fight with the younger generation. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave. The ice curtain said indifferently. Senior Ice Screen, young Master Tsongqiong has personally asked for this kid. We must take him away today. The martial sovereign of the Daoyuo Heaven sect said. Get lost, you're courting death. Bing Mu suddenly shouted as a terrifying aura pressed down on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's expression changed drastically, and he was forced to retreat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the ice curtain in fear. The ice curtain was definitely a terrifying existence. It had lived for countless years and its cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to the Daoyuo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor didn't show up, Luo Tsongqiong would have been killed. The man's expression changed. He turned around and said, Young Master Pokong, let's go. Luo Pokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tsongqiong is exploring an ancient ruin. When he returns, it will be the time of your death. No one can save you. After saying that, he looked at the ice screen. In other words, if Luo Tsongqiong returned and wanted to lull Lu Ming, the ice curtain would not be able to protect him. Luo Kangqiong's grandfather was a great emperor. He was not Luo Kangqiong's brother, so he was not as tough as Luo Tsongqiong. After saying that, Luo Pokong and the people of the Daoyuo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This kid is so lucky. He's still fine even after this. Yushu was filled with hatred. Suddenly he felt someone looking at him. It was the gaze of the ice curtain. I hope there won't be a next time. The ice curtain opened its mouth. Its voice was very calm, but it made Yushu's face turn pale in an instant, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Obviously, he had informed the Daoyuo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Qiu Yue, and the ice curtain had already known. His body trembled and he didn't dare to say a word. Lu Ming's eyes swept coldly toward Yushu. It was not difficult to guess from the ice curtain's words that Yushu was the one who told them the secret. Otherwise, how would the people of Daoyuo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Divine Temple? Lu Ming, Chua, come with me. The ice screen turned around and left. Lu Ming and Qiu Yue followed closely behind and arrived at the palace where the ice screen was staying. Lu Ming, you and Qiu Yue should leave the ancient Sun Sacred Land and go to other places. It might help Qiu Yue recover her memory. Ice screen said. Luo Tsongqiong may not be able to kill me, said Lu Ming. He knew the meaning of the ice curtain. It was for him to avoid Luo Tsongqiong. Lu Ming, you may be powerful, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Luo Tsongqiong is a terrifying person. His spirit body and laws are top-notch, and he has long reached the absolute saint realm. You're not his match now. Luo Tsongqiong relies on the fact that his grandfather is a great emperor, and that his grandfather is extremely protective of his own people. That's why this person is lawless. Even if you are in the only sacred temple or the Shenyuan Empire, you won't be safe. It's better to avoid him for the time being. Also, I know of an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help with the recovery of memories, but the ingredients required are too rare. Especially the 3 main ingredients. I spent a lot of effort and only found one. Take a look. Ice Screen took out a jade tablet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. This was an ancient medicinal formula that recorded the refining method of the soul recovery pill and the required materials. There were dozens of them. Lu Ming had never heard of 3 of the main materials. I have collected all the supplementary ingredients for the soul recovery pill. I have also collected one of the 3 main ingredients. They are all here. Take them. If you have the chance to collect the other 2 ingredients, you can make the soul recovery pill. There is a high chance that Qiu Yue's memory will be restored. Ice Cream took out another storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming took it and expressed his gratitude to the ice curtain. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.